This program will be brought to you by the following sponsors.
It's a wrong road. Echo when they're getting newborns. Body stronger. The farther on you go. Thought I knew you. But can't never say I knew me. That sorry shadow I could turn out to be. Sometimes I cannot. Just can't understand where my head is at. Oh, what my heart is saying. All throughout the struggle, sometimes I feel I can't shake the habit. I just can't wake up. But I know in the end, I'll be the chill. 'Cause the road will go on with me or without. Making no compromise. Fighting for a better life.
Persona 4 Arena!
Alright, first things that we're going to do here, we're going to restart this because I don't like the freaking audio crackling. The audio crackling drives me insane.
Here's a list of sponsors bringing you today's program.
It's still friggin' there.
Persona 4 Arena.
It does seem to be a little less, though, so maybe it's alright. Alright, we are back to Persona 4 Arena and the P1 Grand Prix and the events surrounding it. There's no canon storyline through this game, which drives me nuts.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
The popular theory...
This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Shut up. Okay. The popular theory is that they're all canon. They all happen even though they can't possibly happen because someone is making them all happen at the same time. A god or something like that. So, that's the popular theory, so we do have to do all of the stories. But we have Yukiko, Chie, Akihiko, and Mitsuru to do, and then we'll do Labris. Labris will be the final one. Because once you've done Labris, it unlocks all of the cliffhangers.
The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart. And the heart is strengthened through bonds. As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop.
I kind of want to do Mitsuru. I've heard she's very difficult to use, so I'm all about that. I'm all about that squall lifestyle. Late November, in the year 2010. The darkness fell without warning. At the same time, the previously busy examination room fell so silent that the man's ears hurt.
Hey, what happened?
He called toward the back of the room, but no answer came. After working for public safety for over a decade, he thought little could faze him anymore, but this was uncomfortably alien. It was no ordinary blackout. If it were, the faint light from machines running on battery power, such as cell phones, would remain. But the silence disturbed him even more. He hadn't heard so much as a single cry. When he looked around, he saw one spot in the darkness where something was giving off an eerie glow, as if painted in incandescent pigments. Oh, this is totally the dark hour. Once his eyes began to adjust to the darkness, he was faintly able to make out the area around that light. The shining spot was revealed as a small, strangely decorated box that the man had only just delivered to the forensics unit.
Forensics team!
What the hell is...
So, Persona 3 takes place in 2009 and goes over into 2010, I believe. Let me double check. Persona 3 timeline. Yeah, Persona 3 takes place from April 7th, 2009 to March 5th, 2010. So, this is happening in the beginning of 2010. He called out, still squinting at the shadow of a person he could see at the window before him. But as the shape resolved, he saw that it was not a person's shadow at all. He had no words to describe it. At first glance, it seemed to be a coffin. Indeed, that is what it was shaped like. But he had never seen a coffin standing upright, tall as an adult, shining like a dark crystal. Yet that was clearly what the crystalline mass was, squatting in the spot where a window clerk normally stood. And upon closer examination, it wasn't the only one. At desks, in front of the evidence shelf, next to a reference computer, the objects towered everywhere as if they had taken the place of humans. Just adjust something here. There we go.
What are these?
A chill ran down the man's spine. Their people was the thought that instinctively came to mind. Was this the reason he couldn't hear anyone else's voice? Was it because everyone but him was...
What's going on?
People that don't end up in the coffins during the dark hour either go insane and become shadows or develop persona powers. I'm guessing this guy is not going to be the latter. Once the fear had set in, it wasn't easy to shake off. His familiar office was starting to look like a grotesque netherworld. He felt quite sure that he had to get out. Quickly, he turned and grabbed the knob to the door through which he had just entered. But
What the...
it didn't budge. It wasn't that the door was locked, preventing the knob from turning the latch. The knob was completely frozen in place.
Is anyone here? Hey, let me out!
Man slammed his fist against the door, yelling in desperation. But the sensation he felt when his fist impacted the surface wasn't that of hitting a door. It felt completely at odds with what he saw, as if a picture of a door had been drawn onto a solid wall. It was then that the man noticed that another light, similar in color to that emanating from the box, could be seen on part of his hand as he swung it forward. It was a ring. And suddenly he remembered. When he brought in the small box, he found several bizarre ring-shaped objects within it. While handing it over to forensics, he suspected that they might be rings. To check the theory, he put one on. And now that ring was emitting the same eerie light as the box. Though he still had no idea what was going on, it was immediately apparent that it was directly related to the current situation. The man grabbed the ring with sweat-slicked fingers and tugged, ready to pull off his own finger if necessary. But just at that moment...
I wouldn't take that off right now.
What?
The man couldn't help but gasp. He looked around, but could sense no one inside the room with him. Where had the voice come from?
I'll be there to rescue you shortly. Calm yourself and wait there.
When the man calmed himself, he realized that it wasn't a voice. The sensation was indescribable, but it was distinctly unlike hearing with one's ears.
Who's there?
Oh, pardon me. This is Mitsuru Kirijo. We met earlier.
Kirijo. He did know a Kirijo. It was she who had brought the strange small box. And that wasn't all he knew. The Kirijos were a wicked family who used their fortune and influence as a shield, continuing to frustrate the police. Despite that, the man couldn't help but feel relief wash over him. Perhaps he might survive this after all.
Oh, well, I appreciate the help. Just hurry.
Isn't this the guy that hired Naoto? After getting the muttered words out, he sank to the floor, the door at his back. Mitsuru Kirijo. If he recalled correctly, she was the eldest daughter of the Kirijo group's founding family. He noted that her voice had been far calmer than his, despite the situation they were both in. He sensed a measure of trustworthiness from her. And to think it had been merely an hour ago that he was asking himself why such a young girl had been chosen as the head of the Kirijo group at all. Digital clock in the corner of the desk quietly announced the arrival of 10 o'clock in the morning. Normally, most of the staff would be out and about by now, but the entire police department was in turmoil today. It was only to be expected, with a key figure from the Kirijo group visiting on unusual business.
Kirijo, huh?
Kirijo Group was a major trading firm, synonymous with Japan. They had links to all areas of business. Not a day could go by in the city without hearing their name. The clock that struck 10 bore the logo of Kirijo Electronics, and KJ was the carrier for the cell phone provided to every member of the force. A few days ago, this same Kirijo Group had made a seemingly insane proposal. The document was hundreds of pages, but a brief summary would read, "We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters."
Well, it does happen from time to time. Famous businessmen end up advocating cultish nonsense in pursuit of their ambitions.
Upon consideration, it was decided that the Kirijo group should be invited in to give their pitch. Also, I feel like that's a reference to Persona 2 or Persona 1. Persona 1 and Persona 2. The businessmen doing cultish things. That'd be interesting if it was true. Of course, there was no intention of spending tax money on the outlandish proposal. The police interest in humoring the Kirijo group lay elsewhere. Kirijo group had offered an incentive whereby if the police agreed to the meeting, they would provide a detailed list of the Ergonomic Research Lab's artifacts, as well as actual samples. It was this that drove the officials' decision. There had been dark rumors bandied about the Kirijo group over the last 10 years. While still a family-run business, some said that old man Koetsu Kirijo had delved into paranormal research and was performing inhumane experiments. The police collected enough evidence to test the rumor and had prepared many times to force an investigation. But every time the investigation came to nothing due to the group exerting hidden pressure, frustrating those working on the case to no end. The investigation's prime target was the infamous Ergo Research, the Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Exposing the Kirijo group's dark side had been a dream of public safety for 10 years now. And now Kirijo seemed willing to hand over Ergo Research's tightly guarded secrets on a silver platter. No one knew the reason for this sudden about-face, but neither did anyone think of turning them down. They agreed to the summit not to hear out whatever proposal Kirijo was offering, but as a stepping stone towards unearthing their past crimes. Time passed, and the agreed-upon time in the afternoon came. The man was tasked with watching over and bringing in the artifacts from the Kirijo group. Though he would not speak with the guests, the police plan afforded him a major responsibility that gave him something like a leading role. It wasn't long before the Kirijo car arrived in the underground Fort Kosher? Okay. The staff there to receive the guest only shrugged at the long black limousine that would have turned heads on the main roads. The youngest recruits looked towards the man and asked a question.
What's with that car?
That was the least of the surprises in store. When the Kirijo group representative stepped out of the limousine, she was shown to be a beautiful young woman no older than a university student. Not only that, but she had attendants dressed in what could only be described as maid uniforms. All of them were young women, roughly her age. The scene mesmerized the various dignitaries present to greet her.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Mitsuru Kirijo, representing the Kirijo group. It's nice to meet you.
At this point, she's either 18 or 19, at most. Her brisk greeting radiated poise. From there, she shook hands with the assembled dignitaries in a manner that showed she was no stranger to social gatherings.
She's the company rep? Really?
The young recruit who was sneaking looks out of the corner of his eye muttered in spite of
Their
himself.
proposal said the rep who's coming today would be the leader of this new unit, but I thought it was supposed to be some hardcore armed response team, and she's leading it? Well, I guess it's better than some meathead.
Shut up and hold your position.
But in truth, the man felt the same way. Certain this monster extermination unit would never be incorporated, but even if it were, he was sure this wisp of a girl could never do such work. Eventually, the dignitaries entered the agency along with Miss Kirijo. All of them wore lopsided smiles due to the young beauty's unexpected appearance, but that would do for now. Dignitaries were only there to receive her. Their true objective was loaded in the truck parked behind the limousine. Documents and artifacts of Ergo Research.
All right, start bringing them in.
Roger, sir.
The man's signal, his trusted subordinates surrounded the Kirijo truck. They formed a line, smoothly passing boxes from man to man into the building. The articles were of various size, and even a few that came in oversized metallic containers for aerial transport. The Kirijo group had warned them not to handle these things carelessly until explanations were forthcoming. But in truth, the department was already prepared to begin a forensic investigation of the objects, or even send them to the
Are
lab.
you sure it's okay for us to open these? The instructions said not to.
It won't be a real investigation if we let them hamstring our procedures. Besides, I can't think of anything they could send us that we couldn't handle.
I can.
Unless there's real monsters inside these things.
The articles were brought in silence. The operation only lasted about 15 minutes. The man himself received the last item, about the size of a jewelry box, and checked the truck to make sure nothing was overlooked before closing it up. That done, he turned and walked quickly towards the forensics room. Try though he might to contain his composure, he couldn't contain the excitement he felt. For 10 years, the darkness of the Kirijo group had been a frustrating legend, like mist between the department's fingers. Their chance to investigate and expose them was here at last. If even the slightest evidence matched the DNA of those who had gone missing, or the victims of the unsolved cases, victory would be theirs. The man tried to tamp down his exhilaration and took another look at the small box he held. There was no upper lid on the box. Pedestal-like protrusion at its center held a number of small circular trinkets. Their usage was completely unknown. What kind of research produced these? Just as the man was about to hand the box to the window clerk, he saw a wedding ring on the clerk's finger and came to a realization.
Are these rings?
We're not sure yet.
Man put on some protective latex gloves and tried one of the objects on. After looking at it from every angle, its color and shape seemed to be nothing but ordinary. If it was meant to be jewelry, it wasn't very attractive. The man couldn't picture scientists in lab coats slaving away in a lab to create rings like this. The moment that unlikely possibility came to mind, the man felt somewhat embarrassed by his ignorance of fashion and accessories. But as soon as he reached for the small box to put the ring back inside, darkness suddenly fell.
Please step away from the door.
Welcome to the 13th hour of the day. Sorry, the 25th hour of the day. The voice echoing in the man's head brought him back to reality. He took a few steps away from the door as directed and stood ready. Step away from the door. The more he thought about it, the stranger the order seemed. How did she know he was so close to the door when she wasn't even in the room? Suddenly, a chill filled the area. In mere seconds, the entire door was coated in white.
Where'd this ice come from?
It had frosted over. The man couldn't believe his eyes, but the evidence was there in front of him. He could then hear a slight knocking sound, followed by a crack forming in the center. The door buckled under its own weight and crumbled with a sound that was like building blocks being pushed over. Standing just past it was the Kirijo woman. She walked over to the man with exquisite nonchalance. At her side was one of the maids she brought.
Are you all right?
Yeah.
We did give you fair warning, but it seems to have gone unheeded.
The man looked towards the ring shining on his finger.
Then this happened because we touched that box? What is this thing?
That ring gives its bearer an unstable form of pseudo-potential and allows anyone to experience the Dark Hour.
Which I'm pretty sure the Dark Hour was actually supposed to be exterminated? Or at least driven off once Nyx was defeated, but...
The Dark Hour?
The box itself seems to be a failed recreation of the Dark Hour.
Oh.
The effect radius is small, and it malfunctions when improperly handled.
Gotcha. The Dark Hour. You remember that phrase coming up in the documents the Kirijo group had sent. If you recalled correctly, it was defined as a hidden time, unable to be experienced by normal people, where everything stood still. According to the documents, it seems to have occurred every night at midnight for about 10 years until spring of 2010, not 2011, as if forcing its way into normal time. There's a couple of points where the dates don't match up, so I'll correct them where necessary. Until now, it seemed like pure fantasy. But could this silent darkness be the very same thing?
So you're saying those stories in that document, that occult-sounding stuff was actually for real?
At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from beyond the hallway past the broken door.
Who's there?
The man reflexively called out in alarm, realizing that the fear had not yet died down. What emerged from the darkness was the young recruit who had greeted the guests earlier and had been helping with bringing in the artifacts. The young man was staggering as if severely drunk.
Chief! Hey, are you all right?
The man began to rush to his side, but the Kirijo woman silently stopped him. She stood between the two as if protecting the man.
What? He's my...
Before he could finish, a surprising change overtook the recruit. The recruit fell to the ground with an agonized scream. A black, tar-like substance began flowing from his every orifice. The ooze spread unnaturally across the ground and cohered into a glob, rose up like a beast raising its head, and what looked like claws began to form. Its appearance showed clear signs that it possessed some malevolent will. The man thought again about the Kirijo group's initial proposal. We wish to collaborate with the police on an unofficial department for eliminating monsters. Without a doubt, this is what they referred to. That name that came up again and again was...
This is a shadow.
That it is. It's a monster that dwells in every person's heart. They usually can't manifest themselves this way, but it's quite common to see it happen during the Dark Hour.
So the research to make this happen artificially. That's what Kirijo has been experimenting with.
Nope.
That did seem to be the extent of it. At the start.
At the start. The man couldn't prevent himself from shuddering to imagine the implications of her statement. With the second roar, the half-liquefied shadow suddenly took the form of some fell beast. But where the face should have been, there was nothing but a mask, giving it the bizarre appearance of two creatures stitched together. The young woman, for her part, seemed not in the least perturbed.
Kikuno, my things, please.
The maid stooped to reach something. The man wasn't sure where she had been carrying it, but she placed a sword in her master's hand. The blade was specially shaped, similar in design to a fencing saber.
Going to fight it?
Stay back. This will all be over soon.
At that moment, as if understanding their conversation, the shadow squared itself and leapt towards the young woman. Its speed matched its beastly appearance. In the darkness of the room, the man found it difficult simply keeping his eye on it. The young woman did not move. Her sword remained lowered in the face of the shadow's advance. Of course, thought the man, an amateur like her could never react in time. However...
Artemisia!
At a word from the young woman, some unseen force slammed the shadow against a wall. The man momentarily doubted his own eyes, for it hadn't been the woman who repelled the monster, but a silhouette that suddenly appeared behind her. It looked as though the being enveloped in sublime light. Contrasting the shadow's dark glow was a woman wearing a majestic dress. Its silhouette held up a hand towards the crouching shadow. Once again, the men felt freezing air fill the room. And with that, the shadow stopped moving. Frost crystallized all over it, turning it into an ice sculpture within seconds. Only then did the young woman swing the sword in her hand for the first time.
Ha!
A white gleam arced through the air. Upon impact, the frozen enemy shattered like it had been crystallized sugar rather than ice. The victory was so one-sided that the man hesitated to call it a battle.
Are you all right?
The young woman turns towards the man. The sound of her boots hitting the floor gave him the jarring realization that she hadn't moved a single step during the fray. Seeing that he was at a loss for words, she gave him a gentle smile. It was all too much for the man. He actually felt relieved to be protected by this small woman. One thing was obvious. She had been through countless battles, much like the one he had just witnessed.
Your fallen employee's life is in no danger, but he'll be very weak. Make sure he gets to a hospital. Should I make the arrangements?
Also, I'm pretty sure that Mitsuru is actually like 5'9".
No, I should at least handle that. It is a public security matter.
Now I'm curious. Do-do-do. Do-do. Mitsuru. Kirijo. She is actually pretty short. She's 5'5". She just wears heels. With a nod, the young woman approached the small box and manipulated it in a way he couldn't catch. The eerie, yellow-green light began to fade. Moments later, the silence and darkness faded. The world had been restored. The man felt his body suddenly become lighter, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't realized until the pressure was gone that the air had been as suffocating as if he had been underwater. There was a stir of movement in the room. Forensics team and assistants looked at the man and young woman, perplexed. The man took a quick look around. Fragments of the shattered door were strewn about. A young public security worker was lying unconscious nearby. And the Kirijo guest, who had entered without anyone noticing, held in her hand a drawn sword.
I'd be shocked too if I were them.
It occurred to him that if normal people couldn't sense the dark hour, the sudden change in circumstances may have seemed to them like some magic trick.
Excuse me, but this place is off limits to all unauthorized personnel. Hey, what's going on here?
Forensic staff looked at the man helplessly.
All right. We had a little emergency. That aside, halt all examination of the relics they brought in. We'll wait for further instructions from the Kirijo group.
Huh? But you said...
If there are any boxes that are closed, don't force them open. Not if you don't want to come face to face with monsters.
Leaving the frowning forensics team behind him, the man quickly went into the hallway with the Kirijo
I have
woman.
to thank you for your help. And about the conference, I'll join in as well. It's been arranged so nothing you say would get through to the higher-ups.
The young woman was surprised at what amounted to a confession of betrayal. She didn't show it.
Are you saying you will reconsider your plans?
I can't overlook anything as serious as this. I wouldn't be doing my job as public security if I did. But make no mistake, the things I saw today are proof of the sins the Kirijo group has committed. They can't be punished under the law, But now that they're known, atonement will be made in some shape or form.
Indeed. I never intended anything less.
You really put one over on us this time.
Hmm?
Oh, there's no need to be coy. What happened today was no accident, was it? We'd never have believed the reports unless we saw it in person. That's why such a dangerous box had no lid. Am I wrong?
There was no lid. That's not possible. That box was classified as risk level 3. It should have been securely fastened.
The young woman fell silent, then gasped and gave the maid walking silently beside her a look.
Kikuno.
The maid continued without the slightest sign of remorse and left her master behind. Both the man and the young woman sighed at once.
Us guys in public security have a reputation for being tough. But it seems like you guys are no slouches yourselves.
The summit that was meant to be a perfunctory refusal took an unexpected turn. Promises were made to continue the talks. 6 months passed. After many opportunities to show the actual samples to the dignitaries were set up, the proposed special unit was established in mostly the form Kirijo requested. The Security Department's Shadow Response Unit. It was the inauguration of the special unit that would, in time, be nicknamed the Shadow Operatives. Interesting. Blant. For what it's worth, I'm pretty sure that the Persona 4 Ultimax has one story mode, as opposed to 12, so... Indeed, the Shadow Operatives. I'm quite fond of the name. Not that I normally pay much heed to these things, but in this case I admit to being pleased. It started as sarcasm on the part of the higher-ranked personnel from the police. Could be taken to mean those who deal with shadows, but the real meaning is those who operate in the shadows. Not only is the unit unofficial, we have the difficult-to-credit job of exterminating monsters. Mostly I suspect that it was a dig at the group that disturbed the expected peaceful years before the older personnel's retirement. But Shadow Operative could also mean one who does an indispensable, albeit unrewarded, job for society. It's a name truly befitting of this organization's goals. We're approaching the first anniversary of the Shadow Operative's establishment. Second anniversary. Though we're still at the level of basic investigation and laying groundwork, it seems a full-scale case has arisen.
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
Excellent, we're skipping all of that. Good as it is to hear from an old, reliable friend, I'd limit the call to a quick exchange of information.
I'll send you the precise location later. Sorry to call when you've just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
I closed my cell and turned towards my colleague.
He's only just returned and he's going directly to the location from the airport. Akihiko never changes.
The man I was on the phone with just now was Akihiko Sanada. He's one of our non-permanent staff. Akihiko is an excellent Persona user, but beyond that, he's a skilled boxer. He's a friend of mine from high school who fought the shadows alongside me. I admire his strict determination to never neglect his training, but the extreme lengths he goes to can be rather inconvenient. After entering college, he accepted my invitation to be one of the founding Shadow Operatives, but it was his actions afterward that went above and beyond. Sure, I'll join, but if I'm going to use my strength professionally, I want to get my skills to a level I'm happy with first. Thus began his training expedition. He's not only wandering the country, he's traveling the entire world. I can't decide whether to be dumbfounded or impressed by his dedication to training. All of this is to say that he only just returned to Japan to take part in this operation. I give a wry smile and lean back in my chair. And seeing me relax, the girl watching nearby smiles. This is Aigis, known for her blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. She's a sweet girl on the outside, but she has what it takes to be an important member of our squad.
Will we be able to find Labris? My sister?
Hmm?
When I look over at Aigis, her eyes are cast downward with a worried expression.
Will we be able to save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask?
She must have known once I called Akihiko in as backup. There is a possibility that we will have to fight Labris. Knowing that, it's not a great leap to imagine that in the worst case, she may have to be destroyed. And it's true, alas. If all else fails and our safety is at risk with no other way to stop her, that option is on the table. Still...
Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko, fighting Labris is not our priority. The reason I formed this Shadow Operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry to be so pessimistic.
Those feelings you have for Labris, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
The monitor is showing certain data that is under multiple redundant encryptions. Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab confidential matters. There is, in fact, a reason I'm reviewing these materials that are normally securely concealed. For 2 days ago, on May 1st, I was unexpectedly dragged into a serious incident. The passenger plane I was taking to Kagoshima was hijacked, when there hasn't been a domestic hijacking for 10 years. Blah, 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 we've seen this. None of the passengers were harmed, but they got away with a box. None of them have any memories. Someone using uncommon methods. Yeah, and they stole Labris. Still, thanks to our collaborators' quick wit, the escaping vehicle was traced with the N system. It wasn't easy, but we managed to pinpoint its location. It's headed for the city of Inaba, where there may have been shadow activity last year. Once the preparations to depart are complete, I'll head there myself. My mind wanders a bit. Though I was unaware of them, the shadow of the sins committed in the Kirijo name is still so painful 10 years on that I sometimes want to avert my eyes. But now is not the time to be bound by the past. Now is the time to act. I suddenly notice that Igus has been staring at me worriedly. I give her a smile and stand up decisively. We're pulling up to Yaso Inaba, the central town of Inaba. Though it's the central town, the main street seems nearly deserted, and there's virtually no activity to be seen through the car windows. It's confirmed that the vehicle transporting Labris was abandoned here. Our first move would be to confirm the situation. Or so I thought. I attempt to ignore the rude stares of people trying to get a look inside the car, instead focusing on the scent of my tea. People keep crowding around when we park. We've had to move it a number of times already. We didn't get a moment's peace until the car reached the junkyard on the outskirts of town. As I try to keep from sighing, Iga speaks up from her seat in front of me.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say for a while now?
No.
Understood.
Iga's poker face is a perfect blank, though I understand what she's getting at. I've actually wanted to say something along those lines to those around me for a while. Still, it would be galling to hear it from someone else just now.
All I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Our contact has arrived.
The man approaching us is someone whose cooperation I specifically requested. His name is Detective Kurosawa. Before I can welcome him, Iga speaks up.
Oh my. This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered us.
You want to know how I did it?
Lately, it feels like that whenever Igus wants to voice her opinion to me, she intentionally puts on the robot act. They mentioned this at the lab, that if Igus still speaks in that stiff, formal manner, either she's getting too human and is developing habits, or she's doing it on purpose. Honestly.
We appreciate your cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Long time no see, miss. And Igus, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Detective Kurosawa was an officer at a police box near the school we attended 3 years ago. Yeah. He was shunned for cooperating with us and busted back down to officer, now officially recognized, good graces, he's a rare breed. Makes me realize this may be the first time you've seen Igus in her combat form.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
You must understand that we are trying to go incognito. Though it's kind of him not to point out that our vehicle and attire are completely unsuited to that goal as he enters the limousine. He sits and does not even wait until the doors close before getting to the point.
I found out quite a bit regarding the case you had me look into. First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
So what went on here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs? What does that mean?
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world in the TV, and dropping people inside it was the method behind last year's murders.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised it was included in the police report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
Oh, so the report that he's reading is the original one written by, what's his name? Not Akihiko. Dickbag McGoo. There we go.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is
Adachi,
one
thank
shrewd
you.
guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
What I asked of him was to collect information about the serial murders that occurred in Inaba last year. Shadow operatives aren't public knowledge, so I thought the local police would be more willing to speak with him, but the results surpassed my expectations. Though it is slightly frustrating to already run up against something I'm powerless to achieve myself.
That's all I have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny, though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
Detective Kurosawa jokes with us before exiting the limousine, waving casually back at us. I had nothing to say to that as I watched him leave, rotating his shoulders to work out some kinks. Aigis, though, felt the need to comment.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
We are at a junkyard, after all, and I can see a number of consumer electronics that have been discarded illegally. Aigis looks around and points at a certain pile as she gets out
There
of
is
the
a
car.
discarded TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
Wait, Aigis.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
It's not what I was worried about. Aigis isn't wearing anything like a disguise, and... No, I'm overthinking this. We've already attracted enough attention. Even if we leave now without doing anything, our pictures could still end up on the internet. Let them gossip about the strange people in funny clothes. It'll become some urban legend. My mind made up, I step outside, wearing my special equipment. Once Aigis sees that I followed her, she gives a small nod and stretches her hand out towards the screen.
Amazing!
Her hand, it's inside the TV screen, but the screen itself seems undamaged. Aigis' hand is swallowed up to her wrist, as if she put it into a bucket of water.
Interesting. It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment. It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Huh. Sounds like fun.
That voice from above. It sounds very familiar. But all I see in the direction and from where it came is a man in an outlandish red cape. I hesitate for a moment. Could it be?
Is that Akihiko?
Man leaps from the stacked tower of TVs like an
You
acrobat.
didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
In spite of myself, I bury my face in my palm.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Well, didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
That's it. I'm never mentioning the subject of our appearance again.
Anyway, we can go inside from that TV, right? What are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko's right. That's exactly why we've been trying to act as quickly as possible since this case began.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
Recklessly unafraid to state his honest opinion. Classic Akihiko. You must understand that that is his role. Certainly there are times when I need such opinions. And it's been a while since he went abroad. I think I can understand his current mindset.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
Doesn't have to tell me twice. I take out my phone and bring up the contact list. World inside a TV. I don't know what it might be like in there, but I do know someone that could help us. I was originally going to ask their help after Labrys was secure, but perhaps the time has come. Who is she calling? Now, I've taken all possible precautions. The rest is a test of our resolve. Who would she be calling? The rest of the team? Because there's Yukari, there's Junpei, there's Fuka. I mean, if you want to involve Ken, you could, and Koromaru. But I don't know who else she'd be calling.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, we'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
We're still skipping the frickin' intro video, but... I do know for a fact that Ultimax does introduce the rest of the Persona 3 crew, except for the main character who is super dead. Who is super turbo dead and do not bring them back.
Why
whatever
enter
you
the
do.
TV? What's going on?
Also, once you actually get past the cliffhangers, there's not actually a lot of fights or a lot of story. So we should be able to blitz through those pretty quick.
Where am I? Is this inside the TV?
I remember being enveloped in a white light, but what came afterwards is unclear. Is this the world inside the TV? Oddly enough, the sight before me seems to be the main gate of a school. The name engraved on the entrance plate is...
Yasagami High School. I do recall that name from our map of Inaba. An existing high school has been completely recreated inside the TV?
I then come to a realization. I've encountered something much like this before. It doesn't appear to be much different from reality as far as appearances, but it has that same distinctive, sticky atmosphere. The Labyrinth Tartarus that was our battleground 3 years ago. 2 years ago. Bears a lot of similarity to this place.
Where are the others? Akihiko! I guess.
Being separated won't do anything to further our mission. Perhaps I can use my communication power to get in touch with them?
I can't reach them through my persona either. This place is highly unusual.
It's still barely functioning, but the noise here is severe. I'll need to understand this world a little better and find a quiet place to concentrate. As I check my surroundings again for any enemies, I hear the sound of footsteps. I tense, making myself ready for anything. I turn around, a uniformed girl stops, looking at me in bewilderment.
Huh?
Didn't expect to meet someone else here, let alone a seemingly ordinary schoolgirl like this. Could her age and outfit belie a connection to the theft of Labrys? But after this girl's surprise faded, she still seemed confused by my appearance. It seems that even here in another dimension, people are startled by my attire. At least her reaction allayed my suspicions. People reveal something of themselves when they're caught off guard. Anyone in the act of committing a crime couldn't fake being perplexed so naturally.
Did I surprise you? I suppose my outfit is somewhat unusual.
Oh.
Why are you here?
Well,
Loud cheers suddenly swells, cutting off our conversation. There's definitely a crowd present here. I look around the area in confusion.
What? Where is that coming from?
Students appear one after another, clearly intrigued to see us here.
What's going on?
Before I can react, an image appears on the monitor buried beneath the bizarre decorations.
Hello! Hello! This is General Teddy, your benevolent dictator!
And I, Rosette, am your commentator. It's time for the next round in the P1 Grand Prix. Are you ready to fight?
P1 Grand Prix? Fight?
Suddenly, on the one in the ridiculous costumes queue, smoke pours out around us. Spotlight shines from somewhere directly upon me. I instinctively raise my arm to shield my eyes from the harsh light. Feels like I'm being displayed for an audience.
And who do we have for Yuki-chan's opponent this time? Ooh, it's a mysterious, beautiful lady. How unexpected!
Teddy, what's wrong?
Do you know that bear?
The monitor showing the one in costume, calling himself General Teddy, suddenly fuzzes over with static. The static gets worse and worse, until an eerily expressionless bear costume that looks as though it forgot how to make facial expressions appears on screen. The voice is the same as before, but its tone is harsh and mechanical now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
What is that supposed to mean? Ugh. What's going on?
As soon as the abnormality registers, I feel a bizarre noise that's like something scratching against my whole body. Was that some kind of attack? It didn't seem to have any effect on me, but the girl standing beside me underwent quite a change.
Who do you think you are, showing up alone like this? It's no use trying to talk your way out of it. There's nothing to discuss. You don't even try to understand anyone anyway. If you want to wall yourself off from everyone, I'll be happy to end your lonely life here.
Girl's face distorts with hatred as she spits her words at me. It's a far cry from her earlier demeanor. It's as if she's a completely different person. And that's not all. Understandably, she seemed not to know me before, but now she speaks as if she does. What is this? Could it be the effect of the noise I sensed?
You won't be so smug for long. Come, Konohana Sakuya!
A persona?
Oh, that's actually bad. Konohana Sakuya uses fire, and Mitsuru's weak to fire. Girl spreads the fan in her hand, and with a flash of light, a persona manifests. How careless of me. I should have accounted for this possibility as soon as I saw her here in this world.
We won't be settling this peacefully, I see. In which case...
Ready my evoker and concentrate.
To me, Artemisia.
Power rises from within me, and the sensation in my limbs tells me that my persona has emerged. My hand holding the evoker is still at my side. My persona? Did it just appear without the use of my evoker to trigger it? Did I summon it only by thinking? Theoretically, one doesn't need an evoker to summon one's persona. I didn't have one the day my persona first manifested, and I've done it without one several other times as well. Never before have I summoned it so easily without any special concentration. As if my consciousness is reaching far beyond the boundaries of my body. By way of analogy, it feels like being able to control the wind with my fingertips. Could it be because this world is special? The girl's voice brings me back to the situation at hand. Which reminds me, the girl doesn't seem to use any special implements to summon either.
Persona user. Fine. I still won't lose.
Sorry, but I won't be defeated either.
Alright, from everything that I've seen, apparently Mitsuru is really technical. So this should be interesting.
Finally! Yukiko Senpai and her fans are taking the stage!
Oh great, charge skills. Bufala, Myriad Arrows, Bufudine, Mabufudine, Niflheim. Only when awakened, right? Yeah.
This is a... Did they turn this into a victory? That's what I heard. You have time to go?
This is turning into a very one-sided battle.
I won't hold back.
Artemisia.
Battle.
Rise up! Dead on! Ooh, an awakening! Will this turn both sides of awakening? This could go either way.
This is a... What? You have...
Ah!
It's over for you!
What a reversal! This match What a rare, close battle! You both fought well.
Mitsuru, that outfit looks super impractical. Jesus. Take off the coat at least. Once the battle ends, the monitor nearby switches on.
An irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Intruders are persona users. Due to difficulties in elimination, they will be acknowledged as valid targets.
He obviously refers to myself and the others. Does he mean that he's going to adjust his tactics for dealing with us to our various strengths? The way he said that seems like a bad omen.
Valid targets.
I understand that we're considered to be intruders, but what did he mean by that? It seems we're part of the tournament now, but what was the enemy's original plan? The monitor screen fuzzes again. Once more it shows the costume person as he originally appeared.
Jeez, you need to let me know if you want to get in on the fun! But this is a unique situation, and you're one hot mama, so I'll make an exception. Just keep putting on a good show in your next bout, too!
Who are you? Why don't you take off that strange costume and show your face?
Hey now, I don't think a lady walking around in a cat suit like yours can talk to me about my bear suit. Enough with the questions. Move on!
Again? Yet another person hung up on my outfit? It's unlike me to let the enemy's words get under my skin. The monitor switches off with those cheeky
words. Is that
words.
costume thing the one who stole Labris? If so, then what's the purpose of this bizarre tournament? Fine. I'll get a read on your location.
Quickly link my communicator and persona. Some personas are more suited for operational support than direct combat. In my case, though, that power is secondary. We normally have a persona user who specializes in that role, but with some specialized equipment I can get by. I focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area. The enemy must think he's keeping an eye on us, but he'll learn soon enough that he's not the only one with a bird's-eye view of the situation. Before the layout of this place becomes clear, an unexpected change occurs around me. Whoa! The moment I use my power, noise runs through the students that have been spectating. In an instant, they turn into something like silhouettes that barely have human shapes. It seems their true colors have been exposed. Are they not human?
What? Were they shadows? If they were, I don't sense any hostility from them. Were they just set dressing that thing in the costume prepared?
Apparently, this disturbance isn't so serious that the large crowd that cheered implied was made up entirely of people who entered the TV. Apparently, this disturbance isn't so serious that the large crowd that cheering implied was made up entirely of people who entered the TV. I don't get that sentence. Wow, I cannot parse that. Jesus. Which leaves it a mystery, but it may be best to consider it a blessing.
In any case, it appears that apart from this girl here, none of those students were real.
Girl who had collapsed on the floor is coming around. I release my persona and rush over to help her up. I wasn't fighting to my fullest, so she shouldn't be suffering from any real wounds. There are many mysteries surrounding this girl. She seems to be more than just an associate of the one in the bear costume. The moment the girl sees me, she jumps back like a startled animal. Her speech is flustered and her face a bright, blushing red. There are tears in her eyes.
How come you knew about that?
About what?
That was private. I never even told anyone at the inn about that. I can't believe someone I've never even met before knew.
Girl covers her reddened face in shame. I try and think back to what I said to her. Did I point out anything that would cause such a reaction? One detail jumps out at me. When the girl's manner of speech shifted before our battle, it wasn't just her personality that abruptly changed. Though we had just met, she talked as if she knew more than she should about my past.
That reminds me. That noise I sensed earlier is gone.
Yet the girl before me now no longer bears any of the senseless animosity from before.
Seems to have been some kind of interference from the enemy. Come to think of it, that bear was egging us on. The interference must have been to ensure two total strangers would fight. General Teddy, was it? He looked comical enough, but he certainly put an elaborate scheme in motion.
No! How could Teddy...
He seems to have finally calmed down and continues muttering with a perplexed expression.
You know the one in costume, I take it?
Oh, I know him very well. He's usually not like this at all.
I take the girl's hand again and again help her to her
I'm
feet.
Mitsuru Kirijo. I've come here in search of a unique object. Why don't we start over? If you don't mind, I'd like to hear a little about yourself.
Yes. Oh, my name's Yukiko Amagi. I'm sorry for losing my composure just now.
So, Amagi, why did you come to this world?
Where to start? So many strange things happened over the last year.
At first glance, she looks like an ordinary student, so why is she here inside the TV? Magi briefly summarized her recent past to me in an even tone of voice. According to her, this world was prominent in a serial murder case last year. She and her friends awakened to their personas while investigating the case and eventually solved it. At the case's conclusion, this world formed by people's thoughts returned to its original state. None of this contradicts what I learned from Detective Kurosawa.
A realm inside a TV, formed by people's thoughts. It sounds absurd, but that would explain the incongruity I sensed when I used my persona.
We thought the case had been solved, but lately there's been another strange program on the air. My friends and I couldn't ignore that, so we came back here.
Your friends? Are there others here besides yourself?
Yes, I was with 3 other people, but we got separated when we entered. The one in costume and the girl who called herself Rosette are friends of ours too. But they're acting so strangely.
So this is not the way they generally behave, then?
I can tell from Amagi's reactions that normally she trusts those two implicitly. Considering what the enemy did to her earlier, could they be under its control as well? Either way, it sheds no light on the theft of Labris. How are they related? Or is this incident only a coincidence?
There's one more thing I'm curious about. Have you ever heard the name Labris?
Labris? No, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. What is it?
It's the thing I'm searching for. What makes it problematic is that I know nothing of its appearance. Honestly, I'm not sure it has anything to do with this disturbance, though I can't write it off completely as irrelevant.
Though it appears that there is no connection, whoever went so far as to hijack a plane to steal Labris brought her all the way here. No matter how I look at it, that means something.
Anyway, thank you for your cooperation. I understand the situation better now. We should stay together going forward.
Whoa! Think again, ladies!
General Teddy suddenly appears on the screen to interrupt our conversation.
Only the winner of each bout can go on. That's rule number 1 in the Grand Prix.
How exactly can that rule be enforced? As if to answer my unspoken question, Amagi makes an odd gesture.
There's nothing here, but I can feel something. A wall, maybe? Wait, but Mitsuru-san could...
Amagi looks at me expectantly. I take a tentative step forward and walk through the place where she claims there is a wall.
Like I said, you're stuck there until the tournament's over. Only winners get to go. Come on, miss. You won. So it's time to barrel forward to the next stage.
I must leave the girl alone in this strange world then. Though I'm uneasy about doing so, Amagi seems to read my thoughts and smiles.
Thank you, but I'll be all right. I fought shadows for an entire year too. I can protect myself.
I see. In that case, I'll press on and do my best to rescue your friends.
If you see them, please tell them I'm all right and they shouldn't worry about me. You be careful too, Mitsuru-san.
Amagi smiles resolutely. She's a very strong
All right.
girl.
I'll pass that along.
I nod, acknowledging her wishes. They spelt acknowledging incorrectly. Interesting. And turned my back to walk away.
Not only do they tamper with our minds, they prevent us from leaving until the tournament is settled. It may not necessarily ruin friendships, but there's no way forward than to fight one another. What a loathsome trick. It seems the mastermind is intent on us fighting each other.
I grit my teeth in anger. Amagi's clear eyes remain in my heart. This operation, it's no longer just to retrieve Labris. I make a silent vow as I go. Everyone who has been dragged into this must be rescued. I mean, it's not even a translation error, it's just a They literally left out a G. That's all.
Another dead end.
As I step into the school, I realize that these invisible walls are everywhere, blocking off routes that seem open to the naked eye. Why is the thief who stole Labrys gathering Persona users in this world? Not having a clear idea of their motivations is aggravating my anxiety. I guess and Akihiko may have been dragged into this Grand Prix as well. If so, we need to compare notes. If all goes well, we may figure out the location of the mastermind behind this that I failed to grasp earlier. After quickly confirming that there are no shadows nearby, I link my communicator with my persona. Just plug it on in there. Focus my consciousness and send it drifting throughout the surrounding area.
Hurts. So lonely.
What was that?
Presence is faint, and I can't tell where it is, yet I can definitely hear a voice. It seems I could sense it because of my secondary support capabilities, but when I focus harder, it doesn't seem that they're trying to communicate with me. It's more like the words and the intense emotions behind them are seeping out of the room itself, perhaps even from all around me. Eventually, the voice becomes clear.
I'm scared. And alone. It hurts. Why? Why won't anyone listen?
I don't recognize the voice. Perhaps one of Amagi's friends.
I didn't ask to be born a machine. How come no one understands?
Is this what Teddy and Rise like sense when you're going through the various dungeons? They're like, I'm pretty sure it's close by. I think I can hear these thoughts. Because that's cool.
What's the difference between normal people's hearts and mine?
A machine? Is that Labrys?
I stand up and try calling to her.
Labrys! Are you nearby? Answer me!
There is no answer. It seems that it's not because the voice's owner is nearby that I can hear her. It's subtly different from hearing voices with one's own ears. It's true. I focus my senses once again, but I still can't tell exactly where it's coming from. Not yet having a thorough command of the layout here makes it harder to pinpoint. Eventually, the voice fades. Only silence remains.
Going by what she said, that had to have been Labrys. Sounds as if her heart has developed further than we thought.
Even Aegis, the latest model, required a lot of time and experience to develop the heart she has. So then why does Labrys, who's been sealed from her development up to now, have such an advanced heart?
I didn't ask to be born a machine. It pains me to hear that.
The anti-shadow suppression weapons. Both Aegis and Labrys were created as insurance for dangerous shadow experimentations, in case the subject should go berserk. The only thing that can stand up against a shadow is a persona, and being able to control one is an absolute necessity when dealing with shadows. Thus, they were given hearts in order to be able to induce their ability to use personas. She says hearts. I don't think she means like a physical human heart. I think she means like a personality, a mind, a soul. But a weapon that has a heart contradicts itself. It was natural for Aegis to face that contradiction, and it caused her serious anguish in the past.
We can't allow victims like her to be tormented by sins of the past, whether they're human or not.
Newly resolved, I press on. So it seems unlikely that we're going to run into Labrys with Mitsuru. I continue through the school, still unable to contact Aegis or Akihiko. The invisible walls seem to be leading me towards the gym. Compared to the one back at Gekukan High, this one is rather modest, but the chairs stacked to unusual heights and the monitors everywhere give it an eerie air. Ah, the monitor is switching on again. This time it's not showing General Teddy. How strange. This appears to be a commercial for a fighting
What in the...
Succession of young men and women are introduced as participants. One of them I recognize as Amagi.
They're wearing the same uniforms as Amagi. I assume these are the friends she spoke of.
All of them are introduced with horrible epithets, but the Amagi I met in person was a completely different, sophisticated girl. I suppose the enemy made up all the taglines. Just as Amagi's introduction ends, the video suddenly turns off and General Teddy's face appears on screen. Wait, you would recognize Naoto because you worked with her, like 2 days ago, wouldn't you?
I had to completely rejigger the bracket to accommodate 3 new contestants. Sheesh.
Unless it cut off just
3
before.
new contestants. Myself, Akihiko, and Aegis?
On the other paw, a tournament's more exciting with more people in it. But getting back on track, allow me to introduce your next opponent.
When I enter, someone who had already been there turns around. His face, it was on the video a moment ago.
There's people besides us here?
You're...
Holy crap, she's smoking hot. The thing she's wearing doesn't hurt either.
You were in that video just now. What was it they called you? Captain Ressentiment?
How come you remember that stupid title and not my real name? Figures I need a knockout like this, and she already knows about that. God, I wish I was dead.
Apparently, the epithets from the video score hit a sore point with the people featured. The nickname left more of an impression than his real name, so it just slipped out. At that moment, General Teddy appears again on one of the larger monitors inside the gym.
How do you like your opponent?
Why are you making us fight? What benefit do you derive from this nonsense?
So many questions. I just want you all to suffer. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that fun?
That's what this is about? No. If Labrys is involved, there's more to it, isn't there?
Enough jibba jabba. Hurry and start the fight. Look at your opponent. He's ready, see?
General's smirk strikes me as incongruous. It's the same as that time with the Magi. As I glare at the monitor, thinking that more interference is at work here, I hear unexpectedly bitter words.
Yeah, Teddy's right. I mean, you're the one who barged in here. Man, who'd come to such a dangerous place without hesitating? You really are an ice queen. I bet you don't have many friends, huh?
It's happening again. The moment that noise kicks in, not only does my opponent's personality change, they begin speaking of things they shouldn't know about. It's exactly like what happened with the Magi.
You talk as if you know me.
Stop acting so calm and changing the subject. You seem like you don't know much about this world. So how do you plan to get out? Don't tell me you rushed in here with no escape plan. Oh man, seriously? You're nuts. People like you who obsess over responsibility and put all the burden on yourselves, you annoy the hell out of me.
It doesn't matter how others perceive me.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Isn't that because you don't trust anyone?
We clearly can't have a normal conversation with the enemy's interference, but even knowing that, I catch myself trying to argue the point. The heavy responsibility I suffer is mine alone. If I share it with someone, it means that suffering will also be shared. That is why I try to be self-sufficient. The more I care about someone, the less I'm willing to rely on them. But isn't that no better than not believing in them? I've been caught in that trap before. Maybe I still haven't truly escaped it. But how could he guess at my private distress, one that I barely confided to others before?
I was supposedly an unexpected intruder. What's going on?
What are you mumbling about? Well, let me ease your mind. I'll end everything for you. Let's do this, Jiraiya!
Go, Yosuke-senpai! Beat up that shady lady! Let the fight begin!
I can see there'll be no talking sense with him like this. There's nothing for it, then. Artemisia!
Boop, 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 boop. The Ice Queen of Execution.
Finals.
Or Imperious Queen of Executions.
You have time to go. Oh, the poison is wearing down their stamina.
Too slow!
The difference is a swim. Go, go, go!
What are them things?
You're finished.
Whoa!
Looks like you're finally getting serious.
I'll show you my resolve!
Astounding persistence. You're cornered now.
Rise up! Persona! What?
Has the battle been decided?
Oh!
A round of
With
applause
the
for both
boot!
sides. Aw, you're so useless, Yosuke-senpai. Unfortunately, the party crasher wins.
The girl on the PA system is rather casual with her insults. Soon after, General Teddy appears on the monitor.
You're so strong, miss. I can barely believe how gorgeous and powerful you are.
It seems they're not provoking us only to have us fight one another. And their method, is it more like an illusion they're casting over us, rather than some sort of mind control?
Still trying to figure everything out? Switch your brain off and enjoy the Grand Prix already!
Sorry, but I'm not some savage who enjoys the suffering of others. And don't call me Miss. My name is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Kirijo?
You've toyed with us, and I don't take that lightly. I'll make you pay for what you've done. You better be prepared for that.
Kirijo!
The moment he hears my voice, the face of the bear costume distorts into a mask of hate.
You're the one who should be prepared! I'll never let you stop me!
The broadcast ends after he flings those words at me.
I mentioned my name on purpose. He reacted as strongly to the name Kirijo as I thought he would.
I still don't know anything for certain, but I'm increasingly sure that General Teddy is related to the circumstances surrounding Labras.
At first, I thought I'd stumbled into an irrelevant side incident, but evidently not. We were meant to come here.
Just then, the young man behind me slowly gets to his feet.
Ah, you're awake.
It seems now that the battle is settled, the interference causing us both to seem odd has vanished. Hanamura cringes away, frightened. I can't help but shrug.
My. Amagi reacted the same way. Were the things that the illusory me said that harsh?
Oh, you bet. Wait, what? Illusory? And did you just say Amagi? You meant Yukiko?
Yes, before I came here. I was forced to fight her, quite against my will.
I explained the situation to him. I also add that she shared information with me on last year's case. That should help prove that I did encounter Amagi. Just on the off chance, I asked Hanamura about Labras, but he seems not to even know the name. Once we finish speaking, he stands up and places his hand in the air as if touching something there.
Only the winner can move on, huh? I'm the only one who can feel this invisible wall thing, so I guess it's true.
I'm glad you understand. I was worried you'd doubt me since I'm a complete stranger.
Well, you didn't seem like someone who'd try and trick me. I mean, what's the point? I've lost now, so I can't go anywhere.
Indeed. You're very pragmatic.
The young man waves away my compliment.
Nah, after what I went through last year, I just got used to coming smack up against insane stuff in this world. And Yukiko, my friend you met, she believed in you. So I don't mind trusting you too.
I see.
Can't help myself from smiling. Their bond seems to be real. I do somewhat envy the way they trust each other without a doubt. That could never have happened unless they had to overcome the same trials together.
I'd like your opinion on something. What do you think is the objective of this tournament? That General Teddy said it was all in fun, but I doubt it's anything so simple.
I've been wondering the same thing, but I don't know. But you know, it might not just be Teddy behind it. I met this weird girl earlier.
A weird girl?
She was about my age, and she said she was the student council president. It was like she had no idea that she was inside the TV world. That doesn't seem very likely, does it?
No, I doubt one could be unaware of such things. It's possible that she didn't come here of her own will.
This may be a school now, but it doesn't always look like this. When normal people who don't have personas come in here, the world changes to reflect what they're thinking of. It happened every time a victim was dumped into a TV last year. Maybe this time she's the victim. Even if she means well, she still could have a lot to do with the tournament.
Girl.
Judging from the state of affairs, I'm beginning to think that the girl in question is Labras. Since Hanamura doesn't know the details of my mission, it wouldn't occur to him that what I'm searching for is a humanoid weapon with a
What
heart.
did this girl look like? Did anything about her stand out?
Huh? No, not really. She wore the same uniform as the rest of us.
A uniform?
Considering how Igus looks, it's possible that Labras' appearance is quite close to human. What does it mean that she's completely able to pass as a human? Even Igus has to wear clothes that cover her entire body in order for her to walk around town. Yet Labras even wears the same uniform as them? Chalk up another unsolved mystery, I suppose. And after talking with Hanamura, it does feel like I'm starting to understand the bigger picture here.
I see. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting a
That's
clearer
bad.
picture of what's going on.
I don't even know if I have a friggin' micro B USB cable. Well, crap. Wait, yes I do. Haha! Boop. There we go. We're charging.
I'm sorry, but I can't stay and chat. I should be leaving now.
Oh, wait a sec. Can I ask you a favor? Can you look after my other friends too? It sucks, but I can't get to them from here. That Teddy's really not a bad guy either. Sure, he eats my ice cream without asking and stuff, but he's not the type of guy who'd get off on watching people hurt each other. There's gotta be some other explanation.
Don't worry. I was already thinking along similar lines. What we saw was an illusion. It may be that they're faced with the same situation. I'll save everyone who's been dragged into this, including your friends, and this student council president.
Thanks. Just hurry before someone else dies in here.
Hanamura's expression, which had previously been bright, albeit desperate, darkens noticeably. From all I've heard, last year's Shadow incident revolved around serial murders. Maybe that he's lost someone as well. To fight desperately, but lacking the power to make a difference, and being forcibly parted from loved ones. I understand that pain all too well.
I must sound pretty lame, losing the fight and then making a lot of demands.
Not so. Your concern for your friends in a situation like this. C'est magnifique.
What?
I sensed it when speaking to Amagi too, but you all seem to have very strong wills. I promise to do what I can to help.
Emotions he seems to view as a weakness are actually a strength. I'm sure that with a little more experience, he'll come to realize that. He'll see how difficult it is to hold on to that will and how valuable it is to have friends he can share it with. Since I am the one who'll be moving on, I'm responsible for the duties he entrusted to me. As if sensing my determination, Hanamura's expression turns serious and he nods. For what it's worth, I'm pretty sure the investigation team does not join the Shadow Operatives. But if they know about them, then it's likely that they would work with them in the future. So maybe if we get a Persona 5 fighting game, they'll all work together. That'd be cool. I'd love to see 3, 4, and 5 all get together. In a way that doesn't cause them to forget about it. Looking at you, Persona Q. After parting with Hanamura, I once again proceed through the school. The invisible walls continue to bar my path. Undoubtedly, the enemy is leading me exactly where he wants me.
Is there no end to this?
The rules of the P1 Grand Prix are powerfully enforced. I tried to see if I could destroy one of these walls, but it doesn't seem as though I can. Maybe if I used all my strength, but in that case, I'd be in a disadvantage in my next fight. I'd have no SP! Either way, it didn't seem worth the trouble. I stray from the suggested route on purpose and open one of the classroom doors. I sense no enemies here, and it doesn't look likely that I'll run into my next opponent here either. Should be safe here. Once again, I link my communicator with my persona. This time, unlike before, my senses cleanly and smoothly spread outward. I sense two familiar reactions.
Akihiko and Aigis. They both seem to be okay.
First, I focus my senses to contact with Aigis, who's closer by.
Can you hear me, Aigis?
Mitsuru-san, I am relieved to finally hear from you. Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I've confirmed his safety. I'm sure he won't be defeated that easily.
Aigis laughs upon hearing my words.
Let's exchange information while we can.
I give her a simple outline of the current situation. I mention the students that were drawn here, my suspicions that this Grand Prix mastermind is almost certainly related to Labrys, and what I've heard of a girl whom I'm assuming to be Labrys.
I saw that girl a moment ago, though I lost sight of her when the invisible walls blocked my path.
I've been told she looks more human than you. Is that possible?
Not only that, she was almost indistinguishable from a normal person. I couldn't believe it either. Yet I definitely sensed a personality module. I don't believe there's any mistake that she is Labrys.
I see.
There's no doubt that General Teddy has strong ties to Labrys and the Corregio group. This girl whom we believe to be Labrys is apparently walking around unconstrained. If he can set up this many walls, it should be easy for him to capture her too.
Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting amongst ourselves.
Understood.
I don't know how Labrys ties into this situation yet, but be careful. Hello? I lost her.
Aigis' voice trails off as my connection to her dies out again. Wonder if the enemy noticed our conversation and took preventative measures. Though the voice I'm hearing now definitely isn't General Teddy's.
Ain't there some other way? If there was, then...
That's the same voice from before. Labrys, is that you?
It's happening again. The voice reaches me through my persona ability, but I have the strangest sensation about it. I get the impression that the voice is seeping out of this place itself.
Why are you laughing? What about this is funny?
Who is she addressing?
I don't want to fight him anymore!
That reminds me. Hanamura said that the environments here are formed by the thoughts of those who enter this world. Could these be Labrys's innermost thoughts? Is that why everything about this place radiates her feelings?
What do you think we are?
For a moment, I experienced not just the voice, but a powerful wave of emotions. They bombard me through my persona's senses. A strong sadness, confusion, despair. I can't help but fall to my knees, though nothing is assaulting me directly. How can I describe this weight? One possible explanation crosses my mind.
She's not addressing anyone. These are her memories. I see. So that's what's going on.
I think back to what General Teddy said, that making people suffer is fun. I dismissed it as barbaric desire not worth thinking about too deeply, but in truth, what kind of horrors would someone have to go through to emerge with such a stunted perspective?
I'm finally beginning to see the relationship between this tournament and Labrys.
In any case, I must proceed on to learn anything. I redouble my resolve and begin walking again. The monitor suddenly turns on, showing a smirking General Teddy.
What are you getting so sentimental for? The Grand Prix's not over yet!
Then you intend to continue this meaningless farce.
I'll decide what's meaningless or not! Bring out the next challenger!
As soon as the General shouts, smoke gushes out, obstructing my view. It seems he isn't willing to listen to reason at all, not that I expected otherwise. Who will I be forced to fight this time? I strain my eyes to see through the smoke. Looks like it's...
You.
I remember that face. Naoto Shirogane. He was present as a police observer when Labrys was being transported to Yakushima. It was thanks to his quick thinking that we discovered Labrys had been taken to Inaba. If our trip hadn't been disrupted by the hijacking, he might still be with us in Yakushima. Why is he here?
This is a problem. I didn't think we'd run into each other so soon.
Is this another illusion? No. I can see that it isn't.
Why are you here? I'll answer that question later. It would be best to say as little as possible for now.
With that, the young man lifts a finger to his lips in a gesture to remain silent. Directly afterwards, the staticky sensation runs through my body. It's then that I understand what he meant. Once again, this noise will prevent us from understanding each other properly. He's probably also noticed the effect at work. Nothing we say right now could be called conversing. If we both understand that, neither of us will need take what the other says personally. That's why he called for temporary silence. It's an amazing assessment given the brief time in which he had to make it. Before long, as expected, the young man before me undergoes a complete attitude reversal.
Seriously, such impatience handling the grunt work yourself like this. Isn't micromanaging like this the style of an incompetent leader? One who can't see the bigger picture?
This isn't how he truly feels. I say nothing.
The silent treatment, huh? That's fine. I understand perfectly. You don't believe in people. Not a single one. You have friends and allies, but believing in them is a different thing. I suspect you'll never break down that wall. Shall I say it for you? You're actually scared to. The notion of growing attached to something and losing it scares you so much that you'll share nothing truly important to you. Even if you want to believe in your friends, you can't.
That's not true.
After the words slip from my mouth, I realize that the argument is futile.
Of course it is. Why not simply admit it? In truth, you have your hands full just expiating your family's sins.
Expiating? There's a word for you.
You don't need the added burden of others placing their lives in your hands. Isn't that how you really feel?
No.
The young man smirks as if ridiculing my inability to stop myself from responding to his allegations, despite knowing the futility of doing so. But the smirk only helps me to regain my composure. The real Shirogane would never make that face. This is only an illusion.
There's no use continuing this. Not until I eliminate this irritating mirage.
One thing I really like about the Persona games, especially these spin-offs, is that literally nothing that happens in these spin-offs at all contradicts anything that can happen in a Persona game. It's great. The 2000 IQ Detective Killjoy. Killjoy Detective.
You have time to go. Taking aim and hit.
Okay.
Go. Such an intense assault. You're finished. Go. You have time to go. Nades of Akihiko now. Archie, truly the fight of the century. Assault. Down.
Okay.
Go. Go. Smashing hit.
Ow. Ow.
Turn the tide. One escape. Next time. Now you cross the line. Go down. Can they do that? Momentum. One escape. Next time. Has the battle been decided? Elementary. I'm on. Learn. Now will they go?
Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
What a rare, close battle!
Almost didn't make it. But I made it. I think I need water. Turn towards the monitor on the assumption that General Teddy will appear to mock us. But for some reason, this time he doesn't. I'm not sure why, but it at least allows us time to calmly talk things over. I look towards the young man once again.
Am I getting through to you now?
Yes. The same goes for me, I presume. It seems we were spellbound until the fight began, as we both suspected. They disrupted our communications to drive a wedge between us and make us fight, though it's a mystery to me as to where it draws such personal slights for the illusions before us.
I agree.
He seems to bear no animosity and is willing to discuss things, but to be honest, I'm not sure where we stand. Why is he here? I can think of several possible explanations, but if he secretly followed us in, his canniness may prove dangerous. He gives a sudden wry smile as if sensing my reluctance and trying to assuage
There's
it.
no need to be cagey. I don't intend to dodge whatever questions you have. You were probably wondering 3 things when you saw me here. First, how did I enter this world? Second, what am I doing in Inaba? And third, if I came here looking for you, what are my true intentions?
No wonder you've made a name for yourself as a detective. You're correct on all counts.
The first answer is easy. You know now that I can use a persona, allowing me access to the TV world. As for the second, there's no great mystery why I would come to Inaba. I live here.
You wouldn't happen to be acquainted with Amagi and Hanamura.
You've met my senpai?
Your friends. I gather that you're comrades who fought alongside each other during the serial murder case last year. I assume you entered the TV together for the same reason they did, and found yourself dragged into this mess as well.
Whatever doubts I may have Whatever doubts I may have about them, it seems they're here because we dragged them into this. I'm not very comfortable with that.
If so, I must apologize to you. No doubt you already know, but the object we seek has been brought to this world. It's most likely the cause of this disturbance. Whoever learned of this world's existence must have thought it would be useful in whatever they're scheming.
You apologizing to me?
Shirogane shrugs with a wry smile.
Are you so sure you can trust me? You have no guarantee that I'm telling the truth. And there's still the answer to your third question to consider. I haven't yet told you my true motives.
Fair enough. But if you're friends with Amagi and Hanamura, I feel I can trust you. Their bonds with their friends are real.
Perhaps I lied about that too.
But then why would you bring it up? No, you're no villain. That's what my intuition tells me.
You aren't at all the person I thought you'd be.
I'll take that as a compliment.
His smile suggests that it was meant as one. Makes him look his age, or even younger. I can't help but smile myself at the idea that he's not exactly the hardened detective I imagined him to be.
The Teddy who appeared on that monitor is not our friend. He's an imposter.
You have proof of this?
I found the real Teddy. Our enemy can fog both our eyes and ears. It's possible they can make themselves look like someone else.
I see.
But I still don't know why they chose to take on Teddy's appearance.
Upon hearing this, I sigh and close my eyes.
It might be to make you all suffer. If they led you to believe your friend betrayed you, it would make this all the more painful.
There's some truth to that, but it seems too simple a motive to warrant this elaborate of a disturbance.
He's wrong. If the motive is somehow connected to Labrys' memories, what had been incomprehensible becomes completely understandable. My conclusion must have shown through my face, since Shirogane trails off in understanding. At that moment, something came like a touch. Came something like a touch. Came something like a touch. It's a sensation I hadn't felt since entering this world, but I know this feeling. It's the effect of being brushed by a persona's informational support powers.
This feeling. Rise-san! Rise-san, can you hear me?
Naoto-kun? So you ended up here too?
A voice that echoes is much like the voice I heard over the PA system, but it seems quite different. The announcements must have been part of the culprit's tricks. This Rise's voice immediately turns quavery.
I'm so glad. Ever since this weird fake Teddy kidnapped me, I've been all alone. The others are fighting each other too.
It's all right. Just calm down and tell me where you are.
I think it's the announcement room. It's kind of off, though. There are these invisible walls around, and I can't get out. The fake Teddy was watching me until a moment ago, so I couldn't use my persona.
She seems to have been under the General's close watch, limiting her chances to use her persona until now. As soon as the General stepped out for a moment, she seized the opportunity to contact Shirogane.
You're in the announcement room now, yes? I'm headed straight there, so stay put.
Huh? Who's that? Why can I hear your voice but not sense you?
She sounds extremely confused. I had temporarily forgotten that my equipment prevents me from being detected by persona abilities to an extent. I prepared it after facing an enemy with similar powers once before. I believe that would be from FES. Yeah, it works by making my presence difficult to detect unless they know me well and recognize my signature. Shirogane senses her confusion as well and introduces me to her. His introduction is accurate, yet concise. I can see he's a first-rate detective.
Mitsuru Kirijo. Wait, Kirijo? Are you that Kirijo?
Yes, that's correct.
The CEO?
Not quite. I am the founding family's...
You hired me for a commercial before. Thank you very much for your patronage.
A commercial?
Oh, yes. I'm Rise Kuchikawa. I'm a classmate of the others you met, but I'm also kind of a starlet, and, it's hard to explain.
Rise-san, that can wait. There's no knowing when our adversary will return.
Oh, all right.
Kujikawa said that she was captured, but why would they treat her differently?
I suspect it was to block communication. If we could speak freely as we just did, their whole scheme would collapse. Ah, so that's why Teddy and Rise-san were the hosts.
What do you mean?
The real Teddy has a similar power. That's why those two were taken separately. Not only that, but by acting as the two who had disappeared, the enemy thought it could portray them as traitors. Though it appears that Teddy managed to escape on his own somehow.
He flattened himself and crawled out of a locker.
How come I'm the only one fake Teddy is watching over personally? Sheesh.
You have the most powerful investigative persona. They must have had to take greater pains with you.
They shoved Teddy in a locker.
I think we're keeping this going too long. We've exchanged what we know already, so I'm gonna shut down the comms link. Be careful, you guys.
I face Shirogane once again.
We are responsible for this case. Rescuing the ones who've been dragged into it is part of our mission. Besides, she's another of your friends, isn't she? All the more reason for me to go save her.
He makes a small gesture as if searching for the right words. After taking some time to make up his mind, he looks me in the eye once more.
You're quite prepared for this. It would be unfair of me not to tell you everything. Please hear me out. The reason I came here was to...
You're a real straight arrow.
I cut him off intentionally.
You're very proud to be a detective, no? I can see it in your eyes. You would never sell out your beloved justice. If you've done nothing to be ashamed of, that makes us even. I haven't been entirely forthright with you either.
Kirijo-san. It seems I still have much to learn.
Despite what I said, I can make an educated guess as to his motives. He's a persona user. That means the police selected as their observer someone with the potential. If his only task was to watch over the transfer, there'd be no need to send a persona user, leading me to believe that he's been asked to secretly spy on me or my organization. But we have nothing to hide anymore. There are many things that shouldn't be made public, but I'm sure his judgment is sound.
Well then, I will once again entrust my friend's safety and the resolution of this case to you, in honor of the bond we are forming, Mitsuru Kirijo.
I promise that I will not let you down.
I smile back at him and move on without looking back. I know that there is someone up ahead I must atone for. There is no hesitation in my steps. I like the fact that she didn't figure out that Naoto is a she. That's That's cool. I like that little consistency. I reach the 3rd floor. After turning a corner and going on for a while, it finally comes into view. The announcement room. This is where Kujikawa is supposed to be.
Are you Kirijo-san? Kirijo?
As I open the door, 2 students greet me. One of them is the voice I heard through my persona, Kujikawa, I presume. The other is a girl I didn't see on the video.
Hang tight, Miss President. We'll be okay now that help's arrived. Kirijo-san, this girl got dragged into this mess too. We have to help her before that general comes back.
So you're Kujikawa. Sorry, but I'll need you to step back.
Huh?
I turn to face Miss President.
We meet at last. Astounding. You really do look human, but you're not, are you, Labrys?
The girl jumps at hearing this. Kujikawa still looks unsure, but I can't drag her into this. I place myself between her and Labrys.
Huh? What do you mean she's not human? Isn't she a victim who got dropped inside the TV?
Labrys being a victim is one way to see it. But if what I've learned thus far is accurate, then the one who set up this Grand Prix is most likely...
Labrys, our records show that you were loaded with special equipment, undoubtedly a function that affects thoughts and scrambles recognition. That's why we saw and heard illusions whenever we fought. It would also explain General Teddy's appearance, and those who met you believing you to be human.
Oh, nobody explained shadows to her. Oh no!
Special equipment? Labrys? What are you talking about?
Labrys' protestations of ignorance sounds as if she's in denial about something she already knows. I'm sorry that I totally tripped over that sentence. It's tragic hearing the desperation in her voice.
I'm sure the reason why you captured 2 people with analytical personas wasn't just to keep them from interfering with your designs. I came to a realization when I noticed I was the only one who sensed that noise. An analytical persona's searches clash with your ability. They dispel illusions, so you needed to confine them. You feared that if they caught you off guard and used their persona's ability, this would happen.
With that, I summoned my persona Artemisia. Just as I expected, noise immediately runs across Labrys' body. Oh, damn. It's not the shadow that's doing the shit this time. It's exactly the sensation I felt before each round of the tournament. Artemisia cancels out the force scrambling our senses, and the illusion begins to wear off. Little by little, the facade fades away, and her true appearance emerges.
No! What's going on? This can't be.
What was your motive, Labrys? Was it revenge in the end? I can understand why you'd hold a grudge. I caught glimpses of it on my way here. But your hatred should be centered on the Kirijo group. Why drag innocent students into your vendetta?
Kirijo group? No. I don't want to remember. Never again. Miss President, Kirijo-san, she seems to be in a lot of pain. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but you can't push her any further.
That moment, Labrys grabs the equipment on her back that I had mistaken for wings. It suddenly separates and transforms into a giant battle axe that's larger than she is.
Miss President?
Get back! Hurry!
Labrys approaches one step at a time, her axe at the ready. Her steps are halting, but she's moving with battle clearly in mind.
The injunction against harming humans has been removed? I see. No wonder she was sealed away.
Behind me, I hear Kujikawa pleading.
Is there no other choice but to fight?
I won't let you do any more damage, Labrys. It's me you want.
Shut up! Shut up! I didn't like that!
Is that a cliffhanger? No. Is this a fight? Okay. I have not fought Labrys before. Activated 1 year before I guess.
No, you have time. You're finished. There. Marin Karen. What?
Nope, missed it.
Not yet. You're finished. I'll show you my resolve. One escape. Better luck next time. Persona. Artemisia.
Victory! Aw, sad music. Labrys remains still. I can hear her muttered denials. She didn't use a persona, but it's possible that her mental instability prevented her from doing so. Might have been a blessing in disguise.
I don't intend to turn a blind eye to the sins committed against you. That is why I must bring you back.
Labrys is the mastermind, not only of this tournament, but maybe of the entire incident from the beginning. What if Labrys was never stolen, but instead escaped? Considering her powers, is it possible that she deluded the ordinary human hijackers? There's no knowing when Labrys regained her consciousness inside their cage. What if she hadn't awakened on opening it? What if she was already conscious inside there? She had been sealed for roughly 13 years and probably went completely nuts! More than enough time to formulate a plan.
If that was indeed the case, it'd make more sense for this to be a plan devised by Labrys, rather than an unknown party suddenly stealing her away.
But you're forgetting something. Why did she come to Inaba, which only happened a year ago?
I can't imagine how much resentment such a small, artificial body could hold. A tragic mastermind, huh?
Huh? Mastermind? You got it wrong, Kirijo-san! That girl's not...
Kujikawa calls out from behind me. Just as she does so, I feel an imminent threat rushing towards my back.
What?
I turn around in surprise. It can't be.
Looks like you've saved me some time while I was out running errands.
You're...
General Teddy gives him an evil smirk. An extremely powerful version of the noise, far worse than before, is everywhere around us. Kujikawa squats down while covering both her ears. It's all I can do to keep from falling to my own knees.
What's going on? This is Labrys' interference pattern.
Mm-hmm. That's right. As thanks for cornering the real one, I'll show you something.
Transformation sequence? Well, watch this one, because last time I skipped it, it was definitely not going into Shadow Labrys. Looks like this time it totally is. Also, I'm not gonna lie, Labrys' design is actually pretty freaking cool. The noise lifts once the mimicry is dispelled. What it reveals is something I hadn't expected.
Another Labrys?
And that's the cliffhanger. Yeah. Okay.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Alright. I know there's not too many people in the chat right now, but I'm going to go get a drink. While I'm doing that,
why don't you introduce
please
yourself?
post your choice on whether I play as Yukiko, Chie, or Akihiko. And I'll do that one next. After I get water.
The persona ability is the power to control one's own heart, and the heart is strengthened through bonds. As you form bonds by becoming involved with others, your own social links will gradually develop. The power of these social links is what will determine your persona's abilities.
God, it's like a fucking oven in here. Alright. So, it looks like it's going to be Yukiko, but I realized that there's something that I wanted to double check before I did that.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Here goes.
Picture in your head your own very well.
It's just, I don't want to go through the whole training. I just want to double check one thing. The Sister Complex Kingpin of Steel! This is not what I wanted. This one.
You're not coming? Just getting started. Just getting started.
All right.
Just getting started.
Alright. That's all I wanted to do, because I didn't remember how to do all-out attacks. Bum, bum.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Alright.
This
So we're
place-
doing...
Wish you good luck.
We're doing the... Black Swan? Don't remember what hers is.
Oh, here. Yuki-chan, are you okay? Do you need any help?
Huh? No, it's okay. I want to do this by myself.
Are you sure? If you need a hand, don't hesitate to ask.
I smile back at our waitress Kasai-san and concentrate once again on slicing the carrot on the cutting board in front of me. It's pretty tough to cut. I am Yukiko Amagi. I am the only daughter of the Amagi Inn. Some people here call the inn a famous local landmark, but to be honest, that description doesn't really register with me. Honestly, I think people only see it that way because this place just happens to be in a countryside town without any other standout places of interest. I'm getting training from Amagi Inn staff, but the food I'm cooking right now isn't to help out at the inn. Actually, my cooking is, well, not so great. There's no way anything I cooked would be served at the inn.
Good evening. This is the Evening Journal with news for May 2nd. Our top story is on the domestic airline that was hijacked yesterday.
Huh. Didn't even realize that from Yu's story or Yosuke's story. Momentarily turning her attention away from listening to the TV in one of the guest rooms, Kasai-san speaks to me.
Oh my, look at the time. Yuki-chan, don't push yourself too hard, okay?
Thank
The latter half of Golden Week starts tomorrow. Usually I wouldn't have that time off since I'm so busy helping out at the inn during the holidays, but I've already been given permission to take tomorrow off. I've been given the time off because Yukun is coming back to spend time here in Inaba. Yu Narukami. He's a precious friend who transferred to Yasogami High here in Inaba last spring. He had to transfer back to school in the city because his parents returned from their jobs overseas, but I finally get to see him again after 2 months. Just thinking about that news puts a smile on my face. People may think I'm overreacting over just 2 months, but it still makes me happy. I mean, the year spent with Yukun was quite a special year for us. I'm sure that no one would believe me if I told them, but we got dragged into a serious case that occurred in this town last year and we solved it. The one who led the team we created then, the investigation team, was Yukun. Most of us who were in the investigation team are going to meet up for his return tomorrow. I'm already excited about it. That's when an acrid burning smell stings my nose.
Oh, right. I was grilling the fish.
You burned the fish? I hurriedly flipped the sea bream I left on the grill. It's still good, right? Yeah, it still looks good. I think it'll be fine, maybe. When I look inside the pot, a lot of the water is gone, but the ingredients I put in there to boil look soft, so it should be okay. It's probably time to turn the stove off, though. I finished the final touches, and I can finally take a breather.
I hope everyone likes this.
It's been a while since everyone in the investigation team got together, so I want to make it seem a little more like a celebration. That's why it's just a little on fire. It's still good. Yeah, accurate. That's why I began making this boxed lunch for all of us, but it was a lot more food to prepare than I'd expected. I have a new respect for our cooks. The number of guests we get here every day is way more than the amount of people I'm cooking for, and they have to make a lot more food than I just did. I grabbed the largest tiered lacquerware box we have and struggled to cram all the food into
They say
it.
the presentation of the food is important, but I think taste should be a cook's priority.
Half and half.
Boys will eat a lot. I'm sure Chie will too. I definitely shouldn't skimp. There, all done.
Huh? An email. Who could it be from? I open my cell and notice a familiar name being displayed.
Chie. I wonder if she forgot where we're meeting up tomorrow.
Chie Sataraka. She's been my best friend ever since I was little. She's also a member of the investigation team. We went through many things together as a result of last year's event, and now we're even closer than before. The email I received was a confirmation of our meeting place. That Chie. She must have gotten so excited over hearing that we were meeting up that she didn't bother paying attention to anything past that point. That's so Chie. But there was more to her email.
The Midnight Channel is on the air again.
We all know about how the Midnight Channel works. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're good. So it's pretty strange that it's on again all of a sudden. It seems Chie hasn't seen it in person yet, judging by her email. She has said, let's watch the Midnight Channel tonight. I glance out the small window in the kitchen. Today's forecast is rain. The perfect weather for checking the Midnight Channel.
That's not possible.
Words of denial tumble from my mouth. It's not that I don't believe Chie. It's just that I'm really, really hoping that it's not true. The Midnight Channel is broadcasting again. Are we going to see another series of murders? These worries begin gnawing away at my stomach. Standing up against my own shadow that had gone berserk and all the bonds that I formed, strengthened with everybody in the investigation team, are important memories of mine. This would be something different. Even if, as I send off a reply to Chie, my emotions are still running wild. I've got a bad feeling about this.
There you are. Someone's on the phone for you, Yuki-chan.
I'm so on edge that when Kasai-san speaks up, I jump a little. I feel like a fool. I'm all worked up over the mere possibility that something's going to happen again. I calm myself down and smile at Kasai-san. Though, this is kind of odd.
For me? Who could it be at this hour?
He said he was Kujikawa-san's manager and he wanted to ask you something.
Rise Kujikawa. She's an underclassman that goes to the same high school. She's also a member of the investigation team, but she's also a famous idol and TV personality. Rise had taken a break from her job during the case, but she had been making preparations since this spring to get back into show business. She's been super busy lately. I have no idea why her manager would be calling me, though. Kasai-san jokes that that they're trying to recruit me and hands the rekiver to me. Wow, there's so many typos. She ducks back through the split curtain. This isn't helping that uneasy feeling I was having earlier. Take a deep breath and put my ear to the receiver.
Hello, this is Yukiko Amagi.
Oh, I'm sorry to call so late. My name is Inoue. I'm Rise Kujikawa's manager.
Inoue. Hey, they kept that
Yes,
consistent.
That's what I was told. How can I help you?
Well, you see, I can't reach Kujikawa. I was hoping you might know where she is.
Huh?
They don't know where Rise-chan is? Apparently she won't answer her cell and isn't at her grandmother's place, nor at her parents' home in the city. Her exhausted manager told me that he was at such a loss that, out of desperation, he looked up Ryan's number and called me since he knew that we were friends. I feel really bad for the poor guy, but...
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Manager on the other side of the phone replies with a downcast, I see. After he apologizes for calling me out of the blue like this, he ends the phone call, but not before asking me to keep Rise's disappearance under wraps. Even setting aside work, he must be worried sick about her. At least that's what he sounded like to me. The world of showbiz is pretty tough. This must be especially rough for Inoue-san, because Rise-chan also went missing last year when she took her break, so the fact that she's done this before must have him even more nervous. However, the only reason I was able to become acquainted with her was because of what happened.
Don't tell me.
The airing of the Midnight Channel again, Rise-chan suddenly disappearing. My mind is a swirling miasma of depressing ideas and worst-case scenarios. Could Rise-chan have gotten dropped into a TV again? I know that my tendency to immediately gravitate to the worst possibilities is a bad habit of mine, but I just can't stop myself. Open my cell and bring up my list of most called contacts. But my finger stops when I see the name Yu Narukami on the display.
No, I can't go running to him with everything. There's no proof that it's happening again anyway. I shouldn't make him worry.
There isn't any reason to be concerned about anything yet. Yukun will be returning here soon enough anyway. After being away for so long, I want to welcome him with joy, not with unnecessary burdens. There's a reasonable explanation for everything so far. I need to keep my wild thoughts to myself until I have some real confirmation.
Risa-chan's number is...
I look for Rise-chan's number on my cell and press the call button. 1 ring, 2 ring, 3 rings. No response. With each unheeded ring, my anxiety grows. Why isn't she picking up? Maybe she's in an area with bad reception? Maybe she's in a dangerous situation where she can't pick up? No, I have to stop thinking like that.
Maybe I should call Yosuke-kun.
Yeah, it's not like it's his girlfriend that's gone missing or anything. Nothing to concern you with. Yeah, it's fine. She probably just ran off to go see him or something. Who knows? Press the button to end the call as if trying to similarly end all my worries, and I begin looking up another number. Yosuke Hanamura. Everybody knows who he is. Considering he gets along with everyone pretty well, and he's got more friends than I do, he might know something about Rise-chan. Since he's probably the best choice to go to as long as I don't have any real information, I call up Yosuke-kun on my cell. This time, the call connects immediately. Yosuke must have answered his phone without even thinking about it. I feel a little relieved and speak up.
Yosuke-kun? Good evening. This is Yukiko. I got an email from Chie a moment ago.
Yeah, she told me too. About the Midnight Channel coming back, right? Sheesh. I bet she was half asleep when she emailed you.
Hearing Yosuke-kun's cheerful voice takes a bit more of my worries away. I make sure to choose my words carefully to try and not make things sound too serious and relay what I heard about Rise-chan from her manager.
Actually, I just received a phone call about Rise-chan disappearing. Well, not literally disappearing, but anyway, it seems her people can't get in touch with her.
Really? She didn't mention any problems she was having to you, right?
No, I think she would have told us if anything was troubling her. She was busy, but happy to be working.
Right. And now rumors of the Midnight Channel coming back.
Yeah.
Gradually tell Yosuke-kun all my fears. I promised Inoue-san I wouldn't tell anyone, but I figured that the investigation team needs to know things like this. After all, Rise-chan has been through things with us that I'm sure she would have kept secret from her manager. After we talk about Rise-chan's disappearance, a slight awkward silence falls upon the conversation. Has Yosuke-kun come to the same conclusion that I have? But Yosuke-kun breaks the silence after a quick moment and he responds back in a serious yet cheerful manner.
Let's not get carried away. First we need to see if the Midnight Channel's really back. There's no use worrying over things we don't know are happening. It's always important to be sure first, right?
It's times like these that I once again realize that my friends on the investigation team are wonderful. Yukun, who is calm and decisive, Yosuke-kun, who is always a source of good cheer, and it's not just the two of them. Everyone's personalities on the team complement each other, and because of this, we were able to overcome all the inconceivable obstacles that we faced.
You're right. Thank you, Yosuke-kun.
I thank Yosuke-kun and hang up. There's no use in getting flustered. First, we need to confirm the current situation, then think of a plan based on what we learn. This feels nostalgic. A smile forms on my lips as my worries subside a bit. The lessons learned from last year are helping me now. The Midnight Channel airs at midnight. Imagine that. I got a lot of time to kill until then. Oh, I know. I have to clean up the kitchen. I don't want to leave a mess for our cooks when they arrive in the morning. After I finish cleaning up after myself and taking a bath, I return to my room. Also, the other thing that I really like about this game is, by definition, the main game, Persona 4 and Persona 5 and Persona 3, only give you one perspective. They don't give you the internal thoughts of the other characters. I would actually really think it would be cool to play a Persona game from the perspective of Yosuke. And see he obviously doesn't have the wild card ability, but he has friends and stuff like that. It would be interesting to see how they interact with each other as opposed to just through the main character. But that's just, pipe dream. Wouldn't actually be a very interesting game. I look at the clock, but it's still not even close to midnight. Try reading a book, but nothing is sticking with me. It even feels like time is moving slower. Just want midnight to hurry up and get here.
It's all right. I'm sure things will be fine. Nothing will happen.
Alright, we haven't seen this in a while, so...
Friends, yet powerful foes. The desperate fighting program amongst high school students. A new legend is about to start.
May the manliest of all men come on down!
Nobody touches his precious Nanako, the sister complex kingpin of steel, you Narukami!
It's only natural.
Wage slave in the boonies by day, hero by night, Captain Resentiment, Yosuke Hanamura!
Everything that bores me has gotta go!
A spunky dragon with deadly legs, the carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka!
You need to eat more meat!
Please escort me to the ring, my prince! The unconquerable Snow Black, Yukiko Amagi!
I'll finish you in one strike!
Blooming roses and bulging muscles, the blood-curdling beefcake emperor, Kanji Tatsumi! Deep into realms of romance, the body of a child, the brain of a genius, the 2000 IQ killjoy detective, Naoto Shirogane!
Is this an army of idiots?
Yep.
Fight and survive towards the one throne waiting at the end! The P1 Grand Prix where fierce fights will be fought! The battle begins tonight!
What the hell does it mean? The woman who's discarded, the carnivore who's discarded womanhood. I sit in the Juness food court with the big box lunch I made yesterday and a heavy heart. Till yesterday evening, my only concerns for today were cooking enough food for everyone and worrying about whether Juness would be too crowded. A lot has changed in these last few hours. So instead of coming here early to reserve space for my friends, now I'm here even earlier because I'm worried about the events of last night. On a side note, sitting here right now makes me realize that there are a lot more people in this town than I ever imagined. And with that many people, quite a few of them probably saw the Midnight Channel broadcast last night.
Why is this happening?
I know that I'm not going to get an answer to that question, but I can't help but mutter it to myself as I sit and wait. This is the first time a group of us have appeared on the Midnight Channel. Chie and some of the others were on it last time, but this is my first time seeing myself on it in person. No matter how hard I try to deny it, there's no doubt that it was me. They even gave me a ridiculous title, The Unconquerable Snow Black. What's that even supposed to mean? Everyone else got nonsensical names too, but it was no laughing matter. Actually, I can't even remember what my friends were called. The only thing that registered was that all of them were pretty awkward. I was too stunned to catch anything more than that. When Chie called me afterwards, I finally came to my senses. The situation just seems to be more serious than I had imagined earlier. Especially considering that Rise-chan isn't the only one that we haven't been able to get a hold of.
Yukiko, you're early! Good morning, Chie. I couldn't stop thinking about things, so I wrapped up my shift at the inn early and came here.
Just as my thoughts were getting gloomy again, Chie's cheerful voice is there to snap me out of my funk. I look up to see my best friend Chie waving at me. Yeah, I shouldn't keep dwelling on these bad thoughts. It'll all be okay. I'm sure we'll be able to handle this. I reassure myself and show Chie what I brought.
I actually made a boxed lunch for everyone. Let's eat it together later.
Wow, a boxed lunch? You made it?
I shrug and give a wry smile at Chie's reaction.
Don't worry, I made sure to taste test it first, so it won't be like last year. I think.
Well, you've got a point. We don't want people to keep calling us poison chefs, do we? Ooh, that does smell really good. Oh man, I can't wait to try it.
Hearing Chie's delighted voice even makes me happy. I wonder if everyone will be as excited about my food as Chie is. Just as I'm thinking about how to bring it up to everyone, I hear a familiar, cheerful voice from behind.
Hey there, sorry I'm late. I ran into this guy at the elevator.
Good to see you guys again.
Welcome back! We missed you. The guest of honor's finally here. You're looking well.
Welcome back. Should we...
It's Yosuke-kun, and you-kun. Chie bounds off happy as can be, but I'm a little lost in my emotions. I wonder how much Yukun knows about what happened yesterday. Yosuke-kun is the first to notice what I'm getting at, and casually transitions into the subject.
Huh? Oh, he already knows about the Midnight Channel thing. He's actually the one who called me up about it.
Oh, I see. This has turned into a pretty thrown-together reunion, hasn't it? But I'm glad you came.
Yukun smiles at my words. His kind smile and calm demeanor. Yukun hasn't changed at all. I'm happy, but there's definitely a sadder side to this reunion. I wish it could just be a fun gathering with all of us reuniting like normal people. My thoughts are interrupted by an exaggerated cough. It's Yosuke-kun. Apparently he was waiting for us all to sit down. After grabbing our attention, Yosuke-kun begins to
Well,
speak.
it sucks that we can't hang out more before jumping into another mystery, but to celebrate our partner's return, I hereby reinstate the investigation team in response to the Midnight Channel going back on the air last night.
Oh, the team is back! Just hearing that name again gets me all fired up. Yeah, let's do this!
I don't think the applause is necessary.
It's always necessary. Yosuke-kun sarcastically teases us for applauding, but after glancing around at everyone, I'm sure that we all felt it was appropriate. I mean, there's no reason for any of us to turn that down. We have friends missing and there's something causing trouble. Of course we're going to help out and get to the bottom of this. After confirming that everyone's on board, Yosuke-kun continues on. The reunion is now a full-fledged tactical meeting of the investigation.
Let's get cracking. No one's heard from Ted.
Yeah, she told me she couldn't make. She seemed pretty bummed.
That's 3 of our friends who are mysteriously absent. Hearing it from Chie was one thing, but talking about it in a meeting like this and not seeing faces that should be here makes it all hit home. Even though there's no need to worry about Naoto-kun, what could be so important that she can't be here? Since Naoto-kun is such a skilled detective, it would be much more reassuring if she was here, but bringing that up to the group won't help now. Need to focus on what all of us who are here can do.
One thing's been bothering me.
Yeah.
Hey,
We've seen this conversation, so I'm just going to skip through it a bit.
And what's up?
I can understand Chie's anger. From what she told me, she tried talking to some girls who were chatting about the Midnight Channel, but they ran away from her. Definitely because they saw the Midnight Channel. I hated hearing the whispers of scoring princess under people's breaths after the Midnight Channel aired last year, so I can empathize with Chie's feelings. I feel a little better about it this time. Back then, I didn't see the broadcast for myself, so I didn't know what I looked like. Of course, I still hate that I was on it again, but it's still really embarrassing.
What bothers me most?
Yeah.
This smell. Then again.
I guess we'll just have...
Yosuke-kun has a point. In order to investigate the reappearance of the Midnight Channel, it would be fastest to just go inside the TV.
Won't we be stuck in there without Teddy to get...
Exactly. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Look at you.
I mean, think of what if we were...
Like
Anyway.
Yeah. We're all good.
I forgot to mention the food I made. What should I do? Should I bring it up after we go inside the TV? Well, we're in the middle of a serious situation now, so this is definitely not the time for a box lunch. I'll bring it up afterwards. We'll all eat a grand meal together after the case has been solved. It'll be the perfect motivation for us to solve the case. To work up my resolve, Chie suddenly taps my forehead.
Yukiko, it'll be all right. You don't need to scrunch up your face.
Was I doing that?
Yeah, you're gonna give yourself wrinkles.
I'll be more careful.
Don't worry, things are different from the way they were last year. We're old pros at this.
Chie knows that I'm apprehensive, so she's trying to make me smile. But she's right, I shouldn't get myself too worked up. I smile in response to my best friend's thoughtfulness. And then we were off, following Yukun and Yosuke-kun. We've seen that before, so we can skip it. Place a bookmark. Boop. I don't mind skipping the stuff that we've already seen. It's not a big deal. What happened? I was with Yukun and the others, and we entered the TV as usual. And then...
where am I?
My mental fog clears immediately once the cold sensation against my cheek and back kicks in. It doesn't feel like I'm hurt anywhere. I'm filled with confusion as I get up and look around, but looking around only raises further questions. The scenery looked familiar on a basic level.
It looks like an auditorium. But wait, is this our school's gym?
I know I'm in the gym at my high school. However, the details are completely different. There's mounds of chairs stacked in weird formations everywhere, and everything feels a bit creepy. Then I notice that something even more important is amiss.
Where's Chie? Yukun? Hello? Isn't anyone around?
I don't see any of them, and no one replies to my inquiries. It seems like we've gotten separated. Usually when we enter a TV together, we all end up in the same place. All of a sudden, something started gushing out. Smoke? It's white smoke, like you see on TV and movies. I take a defensive stance and ready myself for anything. Considering that I'm inside the TV, I need to be ready for anything. I'm isolated and lonely, but I'm an important member of the investigation team too.
Hello.
Ow!
Sorry
My
for the wait.
fucking ears. Sorry, I'm just double checking something here.
Greetings, boys and girls of Yasogami. The P1 Grand Prix is about to begin. There's no need for manners or courtesy or anything today, so let it all hang out. Tell us how you really feel.
Is that Rise-chan?
Rosette will be your commentator. But first, the General has a few words for you all.
Rise-chan was inside the TV too? But something about her seems odd. Despite my perplexity, that's not the right word to use there, the big monitor on the stage in the gym turns on when Rise-chan's voice gives the cue. What appeared was an oddly dressed...
Teddy?
You're all here now. Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix!
P1 Grand Prix? Oh, that sounds familiar. I recall that the program that aired on the Midnight Channel yesterday was named
Where's that
that.
cheering coming from? Was it just a sound effect? I don't see anyone here.
But ignoring that for the moment...
Yuki-chan, you still haven't figured out what's going on? Should I give you a special deluxe smooch to wake you up? Huh?
Daddy, those clothes! I'm sorry, but every time I look at you, that hat, it fits you.
I saw it once already on the TV yesterday, but still can't stop laughing. I'm dying here. I've never seen a gigantic hat like that sold anywhere. Just too funny.
What's so funny? Are you sure you want to keep laughing like that? If you keep it up, you won't be able to reach your most cherished thing.
It's just that outfit. My most cherished thing.
Fucking losing her shit.
If you won't listen when I tell you things, you'll have to find out the hard way. Bring out the next opponent!
Who we got? It's no use, it's still funny. I'm gonna die. My eyes are tearing up and my abs are hurting from laughing so hard, but then smoke starts pouring out again. Once the smoke clears, I can see Yosuke-kun? Seeing him finally puts an end to my laughter.
Yosuke-kun, I'm glad you're okay.
Of course I am. Now let's just hurry up and do this. I'll take this opportunity to overcome the Amagi challenge in a different way.
I don't understand what Yosuke-kun is saying. It's not making any sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Isn't it pretty late to be getting cold feet? You're killing the mood here. Hurry up and get ready, Yukiko. Just to be clear, I'm not gonna go easy on you.
Yosuke-kun, what's gotten into you? Don't tell me you really want to fight. Can't you see what kind of mess we're in? We really need to get our act together.
Upon hearing my words, Yosuke-kun contorts his face as if he thinks I'm being a wet blanket. Seeing that face gives me goosebumps. Never had Yosuke-kun make a face like that at me.
Yikes! Yep, sure enough, Miss Goody Two-Shoes ruins a moment again. You're always like that, you know? Always just going with the crowd.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, that wasn't it. I meant to say you just jump on whatever the easy way out is.
That's not true.
You said you thought things over and decided to take over the inn, but I bet you came to that conclusion the same way.
I can't come up with a response to Yosuke-kun's words, saying I'm jumping on whatever the easy way out is. It's true that throughout last year's case, I realized there was a part of me that just wanted to escape from everything, and despised always being seen as the only daughter from an upstanding family who ran the town's traditional inn. But I was able to finally make up my mind to succeed my family in running the inn because I was able to defeat those inner thoughts, thanks to Yukun and everyone else. Yosuke-kun should know that. He was there. So why?
You tried to act all high and mighty by saying you were determined, but you were just trying not to rock the boat. It's too much trouble thinking on your own, so you closed your eyes to everything. Isn't that right, Miss Goody Two-Shoes?
This isn't reality, this is the TV world. I thought that Yosuke-kun's shadow might have come out again, but what's standing before me doesn't look like a shadow. His voice and eyes are the same as usual, and even his smile is the same. It's the same Yosuke-kun, the same one who's always chatting away cheerfully in our classroom. But that's...
Now there's something you don't see every day. What are you thinking so hard about, Yosuke?
What was that supposed to mean? But it's nothing.
What? Come on, you can tell me. Here, I'll help you with whatever it is. Huh? What's this piece of paper?
Hey!
Chie's swipe is much faster than Yosuke-kun's shocked, erratic attempt at defense. This is...
Oh, this is for our guidance counseling.
Hey, don't look at that!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you're having a hard time deciding on your future.
This was alluded to in Yosuke's story.
Can it? Anyway, what about you? Come on, Chie. Knowing you, it must be something incredible, right?
Sorry, I was taking a drink. Yosuke-kun snatched the blank guidance counseling form back from Chie's hands and lashes out at Chie. Fortunately for Yosuke-kun, Chie confidently answers at once.
Ha ha! Very funny. I'm all set on what I want to do.
That sounded like you meant it.
Did you think I was lying? That's pretty rude, you know. I'm totally serious about it.
Seriously? What about you then, Yukiko? Are you gonna take over the inn after all?
I nod in response to the question as the conversation shifts to me.
That's the plan. I gave it a lot of thought, but in the end, that's what I'm going with.
Does that make me the only one still undecided? It's impossible. But man, that's amazing, Yukiko. Next to Chie and her whatever pops into my head, I can tell you're set on this.
Hey, what did you just say?
Because I have fond memories of Yosuke-kun approving of my decision so enthusiastically, my shock right now is even greater. Is that how you really feel? That I'm just taking the easy way out?
No. It's not an easy way out.
Sure, fine. It's useless talking about it. An idiot like me wouldn't understand what a goody two-shoes like you thinks. Let's decide this with an easier way. Come, Jiraiya!
Yosuke-kun summoned his persona. Persona and a shadow are one and the same, so they cannot exist at the same time. In other words, what stands before me is definitely the real Yosuke-kun. Any possibility that this isn't Yosuke-kun has just been shot down. Words hurled at me a moment ago bury themselves even deeper into my chest. I want to talk things out with him, but it doesn't seem like Yosuke-kun is willing to listen right now.
Come,
Then...
Konohana Sakuya.
I'm not just going to stand here and take this. I need to figure out how the others are doing, so I need to fight and win for now.
Well, here goes the first battle. Captain versus Snow Black is about to begin. Who will Lady Luck smile upon? I'm as curious to find out as you are, dear viewers.
I'm going to guess that it's going to be Yukiko, because that's who I'm playing.
Finals.
Alright. And we need to start by looking at our command list. Dia. Huh. Alright. Agi is just straight burn. Maragi is line of fire on the ground. Cool. Interesting. Oh, fire boost costs HP. Huh. But you can heal, that's why. Agidine, Maragidine, and Full Bloom. Cool.
Here comes the Yosuke Scion of Junes!
Just getting started. And stay down. Just getting started. Here.
A tremendous roll already!
Fucking hell.
Still up. Here goes. You're mine.
Looks like you're finally on a roll!
Sheesh. And stay down. Just getting started.
The battle been decided? Go, spin!
Keeper has no mercy.
All right, it's over. Time to leave.
Interesting. She can make herself stronger at the cost of HP. Huh. I won? I really fought and defeated Yosuke-kun. Teddy's cheerful and joyous voice reaches my ears as I stand oppressed.
Now that was one relentless battle! This is what makes the Grand Prix so spectacular!
Where are these voices coming from? I search the surrounding area to find the source of the cheering. All around us are students in their uniforms. No, that's not right. Those things are human-shaped, but they're definitely not humans. We're surrounded by them and they're all cheering. That reminds me, I think these things were there when I was fighting Yosuke-kun as well. Is this some kind of special effect that Teddy is using? Or, considering this is the TV world, are they shadows? They're just watching and cheering, but they don't seem really hostile.
Nothing is staged or worked, folks! Yuki-chan, make sure you let your fists do the talking in the next fight, too!
A strangely dressed Teddy makes his weird announcement and the monitor turns off. Rise-chan announces a 10-minute break over the PA system. I tried talking to her, but she won't answer no matter what I say. Everyone's acting so oddly. Yosuke-kun stirs and gets up.
Oh, Yosuke-kun. I'm sorry I didn't go easy on you.
Nah, I really am worthless scum. I'm sorry you have to put up with me.
Huh?
Yukiko, I understand what you wanted to say, but I need a moment. I don't think my heart can take any more right now.
Yosuke-kun is still saying things that don't make any sense. It's like we're having two entirely different conversations. He's acting different than he was before. Yosuke-kun slaps both of his cheeks and then turns towards me.
All right. I think my heart will be okay. Yukiko-san? Are you hurt or anything?
Huh? No, I'm fine. But Yosuke-kun, are you sure your heart's okay? You look pretty shaken up.
That ain't... I mean, that's not true. Huh?
He's still acting a bit odd, but I feel like I'm actually having a conversation with Yosuke-kun this time. I suggest that we talk about what's going on, and Yosuke-kun agrees. What exactly happened a moment ago? After some talk, we both agree that it was strange that the world inside the TV had changed from the beautiful scenery it had when we last were here into Yasogami High. And we discussed the change in Teddy and Rise-chan. Additionally, Chie and Yukon entered the TV with us, but neither of us had seen them. What is going on with the TV?
Damn it, I wish we had something to go on.
I did notice that there were some shadowy people around us while we were fighting.
They don't seem hostile, but it's still eerie. Those silhouettes weren't in the TV world last time we entered it.
Yeah, they looked like students or shadows. Though they were too well behaved to be the kind of shadows we're used to. Well, if they're not going to attack us, we can leave them alone for now.
Oh, another thing. Teddy said that if I don't fight, I won't be able to reach my most cherished thing.
Most cherished? Like something that's really important to you? Oh, maybe he meant me.
I doubt that.
Only a gentle denial could hit so hard.
Ouch. Seriously, what was Teddy talking about? I didn't bring anything important to me into this world. Oh no! The boxed lunch! It's gone! I know I had it in my hands when I came in here, but now it's gone! I look around frantically, but there's no trace of it.
Oh no! Did I drop it somewhere?
When? Where? Did I drop it when we entered the TV?
I'm sorry, Yosuke-kun. I need to go look for it.
Huh? Look for what? Hey, Yukiko, you can't go alone. It's too dangerous.
I'm sorry about having to ignore Yosuke-kun, but I couldn't tell him what I'm looking for. I made all that food to surprise everyone with, after all. If they're not surprised, it won't mean as much, and they'll enjoy it less.
Wait up!
Yosuke-kun is about to catch up to me as I'm exiting the gym, but then suddenly Yosuke-kun just stops moving in midair.
Yosuke-kun, what are you doing? Is that a mime act?
No, there's some invisible wall here. What the hell? You got through, but I can't.
As Yosuke-kun makes herky-jerky weird poses, the monitor behind him came on. What appeared was... It's Teddy in that silly-looking hat again.
Did I forget to tell you? Only the winner can move on to the next fight. No one's getting out of this school until a champion's been crowned. Only the one who fights to the very end and comes out on top can leave.
What's up with that? What am I supposed to do then? I can't get out of here.
That's right. Sorry, but you're stuck there, Yosuke. Now, Yuki-chan, if you want to get your cherished thing back, you know what to do.
Teddy directs a knowing smirk right at me. Did Teddy take my box lunch? If he did, that's absolutely unforgivable. To others, it may just be an ordinary box lunch, but I was proud of that food. I wanted to show everyone how much I've grown since last year and have them enjoy the fruits of all my hard work. I put my heart and emotion into making that box lunch. If all that work was taken away from me as a joke, there's no way I can just let that slide.
I'm sorry, Yosuke-kun. I have to go.
Priorities,
Akihiko. Yukiko! Yukiko! Is this for real? What am I supposed to do if I have to take a leak?
Always comes back to peeing with you, doesn't it, Yosuke? Jesus. After exiting the gym and running around for a while, I noticed that while this place may look like Yasogami High, the building layout is completely different. Occasionally, I bump into invisible walls like the one Yosuke-kun ran into, and I can't continue on the path I was taking. Doesn't look like I'll be joining up with Yukun and Chie here. I can't believe I lost my box lunch in a place like this. Where in the world could it be?
Did anyone lose something?
Huh?
That voice wasn't Teddy, or anyone else I recognize. Also wasn't the voices of those silhouettes either. It was distinct and echoed down the halls. It's a girl's voice. When I turn to look, I see a girl wearing a Yasogami High uniform looking around. Don't recognize her, but I recognize the bundle she has in her hands.
Excuse me, that's mine.
You dropped this. You're a careless one, ain't ya? You want to be more careful.
Huh? Oh, thank you.
She's got a serious tone to her voice and a very distinct intonation in her words. I don't remember anyone like this at our high school. I'm curious as to who she is, but there are more important things to attend to. The girl before me doesn't seem like she's going anywhere, so I'll chat with her after I check on my box lunch. It's a bit rude, but it should be understandable in this situation. I hurriedly begin opening the bundle.
No.
I could tell from opening the lacquerware box's lid, it's totally ruined. I should have known, though. When I woke up inside the TV, I was splayed out on the floor after all. The boxed lunch obviously wouldn't have survived unless someone in the TV world happened to catch it and then set it aside.
You can still eat it. Maybe.
I try to reassure myself. The flavors have gotten mixed up a bit, but it's all the same in your stomach, right? It's still good, it's still good. I can still give it to everyone. No, I can't. Even though it's still edible, there's no way I can make this look anywhere near presentable.
Yikes. That was a box lunch?
Yeah, it's all jumbled up now, so I can't give this to anyone.
Give it? Oh, were you gonna share it with your friends?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Wow, that sounds great. You made it so you could enjoy it with everyone, huh? I'd love to do something like that myself. You gotta enjoy your youth while you can, right?
Is this girl trying to cheer me up? Even though we're in such an odd situation, it picks up my spirits just to know someone else here understands the emotional process that goes into making a box lunch like this. Oh, of course, even if she didn't have any interest in box lunches, I'm just glad that I found someone that I could actually talk to in this place.
By the way, what are you... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Yukiko Amagi. So, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm the student council president. It would be weird if I wasn't at school.
Student council president? Huh. think I remember elections being held back in April this year. I didn't quite remember who got elected, so she's the one. How come nobody remembers who the fucking student council president is? Something's not right. I mean, this is...
No, that's not what I meant. Are you, a persona user?
What? What are you talking about?
She can't use a persona, but she's here in the TV world? In other words, that means Miss President doesn't notice my confusion and continues right on.
There's that wackadoo event going on right now, ain't there? They can't pull stunts like that on campus. That's why I'm looking under every rock for him, so I can shut the whole shebang down.
Excuse me, wackadoo? Does that mean it's not good? And you're looking all around the school so you can put a stop to this tournament?
Well, that's what I said, ain't it? I can't believe they didn't run this by the student council first. Not that we ever would have approved a cockamamie event like this. Anyway, I gotta go stop this tournament. You too, you know? You're that, what was it? Snow Black?
Huh? Wait a moment. I'm not participating in it by choice.
That's a complete misunderstanding. Oh, this is so embarrassing. This president seems quite surprised by my words.
Is that true? Well, you do look like a serious student. I can't believe they're even roping normals. You should get yourself home and leave the rest to me.
Huh? Wait!
And after attempting to reassure me, Miss President turns around and begins bounding off like a deer. I chase after her, but not only is she really fast, my path gets blocked by that invisible wall again when I turn a corner. I have no choice but to abandon my chase. This wall won't budge at all no matter how hard I push at it. What in the world is it? Feels like someone has already decided where I'm supposed to go to. Still, who could that girl be? She didn't know about personas, and she seems to think that this place is just plain old Yasogami High. Could she be a victim that was dropped into the TV? I think about that, I feel disgusted at myself for worrying more about my boxed lunch than her safety. Stupid me. Wait, if she's a victim, then why didn't she appear on the Midnight Channel? Usually the program comes on after a victim enters the TV. None of this thinking is going to help me get any real answers. I need to push forward and focus on understanding what's happening here. Next time I run across Miss President, I need to make sure I get things clarified. If she really is a victim, then I need to rescue her from this world. My boxed lunch. I proceed on through although the invisible walls are constantly slowing my progress. Eventually I reach the entryway. It seems familiar, yet is also completely unfamiliar to me. Seeing a replica of a place that I know so well in a form that is so different is really creepy.
Are you looking for something, Yuki-chan? Oh, I bet you miss me so much that you're looking high and low for me.
Teddy appears at the monitor hanging from the ceiling, still wearing a strange outfit. I don't think it's funny anymore. I'm pretty angry.
Teddy, you better stop this right now or else.
Aw, are you in a bad mood? I was looking forward to you trying to score with me. But no matter how mad you get, the battles won't stop. Your fate is to fight and fight and fight to the bitter end, Yugi. So you'd better make up your mind. Now bring out the next challenger!
Thick smoke pours out the same way it did as when I met Yosuke-kun. See a faint shadow beyond the smoke. Wait, is that a green warm-up jacket? So, I think the smoke is actually just noise that Labrys is creating because it doesn't happen with everybody. Don't tell me.
Yoo-hoo, Yukiko! What are you so upset for?
Chie, thank goodness you're okay. I was worried with all the strange things going on in here.
So glad that Chie is safe. The anger and tension I was feeling moments ago all drain away. There's so much I want to discuss with her. Teddy and Rise-chan's odd behavior, my poor box lunch. No, that can be left for later.
I found Yosuke-kun in the gym, so all that's left is to find Yu-kun and head for where Teddy is.
Right now, we need to think about joining up with everyone. Just when I'm about to say how reassuring it is to have Chie with me.
I don't want to do that.
Huh? Chie?
How come I have to help? Just so you know, I'm having a blast with this P1 Grand Prix. You're always like that, Yukiko. You just assume you'll get your way.
I couldn't believe my own ears. The Chie before me is the real Chie, but it's the same as with Yosuke-kun. She's belligerent in saying offensive things, but she's nothing like a shadow. Chie, my best friend Chie, is saying horrible things to me.
Have you ever thought about the problem you cause for others? You may not realize, but you completely rely on us. That box lunch you brought today is a perfect example. Nobody ever said they wanted you to make them one.
No, I didn't mean it to be like that.
Is that really how things are? I'm about to dispute what she's saying, but I'm at a loss for words. I mean, I guess I do force myself on others. I do rely on others, so I can't completely deny Chie's words. Even though I think that's not true, maybe that's just how I want to see things. What Chie's saying may actually be how everyone else views me.
Woohoo! The cattiness is through the roof here! Let's get today's episode of Girls Gone Feral started!
There you go again, the same old I didn't mean crap from you. You think that excuses you from relying on other people? Yukiko, I'm serious about this. Let's settle this once and for all. Here goes Persona!
Chie takes a fighting stance after hearing Rise-chan's voice blaring from the speakers. I don't want to fight, but Chie has even summoned her persona. This whole situation just doesn't make any sense. But I'm not just going to allow myself to get beaten up without making sense of this either. I don't know why Castlevania music is going through my head, but... Yukiko is actually like 2 inches taller than Chie.
Behold Chie-senpai's secret kung fu style! Critical hits connected! One rush after another! Truly a vicious assault! Opportunities come up! It seems one side is beginning to dominate. There's some protection on the offensive! The fight is even fast! Anything could happen! Hit awakening! This is magic it! Don't signs of awakening! This could go either way!
Oh, crap! I was trying to be fancy. I didn't realize I was so dead. So friggin' dead. Oopsie. End.
Game over.
Let's try that one again.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between...
Very well.
Although I've got to say, in a straight-up battle between Yukiko and Chie, I think that Chie would definitely have the advantage. Jesus, Chie, calm down!
The slim difference was a deciding factor.
Whatever you might have said, you were going for the throat in that fight, weren't you, Yuki-chan? Seeing people turn on each other so fast is scary. Watching you made my fur stand on end.
Oh, you were totally enjoying it.
Was it that obvious? Thanks for the ugly battle, Yuki-chan. Keep it up for the next fight, too.
This may be what people call burning with rage. What's so entertaining about Chie and I fighting each other? I can't believe that Teddy would do something so amazingly cruel like this. As I'm starting to tear up, Chie regains consciousness. My heart stops for a moment, but then Chie turns towards the monitor and starts yelling at Teddy. What in the world is going on? Now she's acting totally different than she was just seconds ago.
Hey, Ted, I heard you, you know. How dare you say that? If you don't quit this nasty joke soon, you're gonna pay the next time I see you.
Blah, blah, blah! I can't hear it when sore losers talk! You've already lost, so be quiet and stay there like a good dog!
What? You're really pissing me off, Ted!
Teddy completely ignores Chie, who's about to jump at the monitor, and kills the broadcast before Chie can get in a satisfactory comeback. I have no idea what to think right now. This Chie right now is 100% the Chie that is my best friend. But she's the same Chie who was here before the fight. She's not a shadow. Unless she got replaced while I wasn't looking either.
Chie?
Oh, sorry, Yukiko. I think I went at you a little too hard. Wait, huh? Are you back to normal? Oh, thank goodness. I'm so...
Huh?
Oop.
Back to normal.
Oh, that stupid Teddy. There's no way Yukiko would say those things.
What? There's no way I would say such things? I don't remember saying anything to Chie back there that would get anyone this upset. Our conversations don't feel like they're matching up again. Something's not right.
I'm sorry, too.
Huh? Oh, no, you don't have to apologize. It's Ted's fault for setting up the tournament, not yours. Actually, what is this Grand Prix thing? Teddy and Risa-chan are both acting so weird. Never mind why they do it, I don't even know how. There's no way those two could pull it off themselves.
Chie is right. This situation is too complicated to be a practical joke that Teddy and Risa-chan are playing on us. The only time a new place will be created inside the TV world is when a person gets dropped into it, right? After thinking for a moment, I decided to tell Chie about the girl I met earlier. Everything from how she found my box lunch, how she hasn't realized that this world is inside a TV, and how she had not appeared in the Midnight Channel.
Really? Huh. I guess we'd better keep an eye out for her. A ponytail and a Yasugami High uniform. Okay, I can remember that. Hey, Yukiko. Is that your boxed lunch you're holding? We had a pretty intense fight back there. Is it still okay?
About that.
Oh man, what a tragedy.
When I show her the ruins of the boxed lunch, Chie's shoulders sag. Yes, it is truly a tragedy. My creation is now the embodiment of a pitiful boxed lunch.
You're not getting away with this, Ted. You'll learn firsthand how vicious I can be over wasted meat.
There's actually not much meat in it.
There isn't? Anyway, let's hurry up and find him so we can get revenge for your boxed lunch.
Uh-oh. The moment Chie yells out defiantly, the sound of familiar footsteps reaches my ears. Chie notices too, and we both turn towards the sound of the footsteps.
Come on, let's hurry! Let's go!
Whoa, Teddy, quit pulling!
Familiar round form with vibrant red and blue fur. That's...
Teddy? And that's...
The girl that Teddy's tugging along is definitely the girl that found my boxed lunch. Two of them don't respond to my voice, and they rush off towards the practice building.
What are they doing together? Don't tell me Teddy really is behind this tournament.
Yukiko, you gotta hurry after them! Wasn't the girl with Teddy the one you were telling me about?
Yeah, let's go, Chie.
I thought that she would respond with an energetic yeah, but that wasn't the case.
I can't though, that's why you gotta hurry!
Huh?
For a moment, I think that she may have suddenly reverted back to the Chie that I thought.
It's that stupid Grand Prix rule! I lost, so I'm stuck here!
That's right, I totally forgot about that. Teddy said that the rules of this tournament only allow the winner to go on. In other words, even if I did find my friends, we won't be able to travel on together. So not only is Yosuke-kun stuck here, but now I have to leave Chie behind too?
I'll be okay! Hurry or you'll lose them!
That's the Chie I know, with her typical smile. That little bit of comfortable familiarity gives me strength, and I give her a determined nod as I prepare to head out.
Alright, I'll come back for you though.
I know! I believe in you! Go get him, Yukiko!
Bolstered by Chie's words, I depart. I hope there aren't any invisible walls on my way to the practice building. Bonk. Ow. Invisible wall.
Like I keep saying, you have to believe me. Why won't you understand?
When I enter the practice building, the first thing I hear is Teddy's voice, but I don't see him. I follow his voice, and it seems like it's coming from the music room.
Huh? And suddenly Yuki-chan's here!
You're Yukiko-san.
Teddy looks at me in surprise while Miss President looks at me in wonder. Finally caught up to them. It seems that since we're not talking through a TV, we can finally have an actual conversation.
It's time you explained yourself, Teddy. Why are you doing this? And who is that girl? Did you call her into the TV? I'm very upset with you right now.
Whoa, what are you talking about? The murder in your eyes is terrifying! Why? Why is every cutie pie I meet angry with me? What did I do? Is it because I'm Miss President's Knight?
I'm at my wit's end. Murder in my eyes? Duh. Doesn't he know what he's done to me? Yosuke-kun and Chie said such horrible things to me and my box lunch has been ruined. My feelings have been seriously hurt. Trying to play this off about him, trying to be your knight must be some joke to Teddy, but if he's gonna keep this up, I won't forgive him.
Hey, wait a sec. Even I think you seem kinda on edge here. There's no call to get so worked up.
I'm sorry, but this is between Teddy and me. I'm sure you understand, Teddy. I'll say it one more time. If you upset me anymore, you're going to pay.
I slowly edge towards Teddy while asserting my threat. Yosuke-kun and Chie both returned to their normal selves after I fought them, so maybe Teddy will return to normal if I fight him too. I can also avenge my box lunch.
Oh, I get it. You're jealous. You've turned green with envy because I'm all lovey-dovey with Miss President.
Something snaps inside me.
Come, Konohana Sakuya.
Wow. Fucking Shadow Labrys didn't need to do shit.
This gauge just exploded.
It was your fault.
But I'm Miss President's Knight. I can't lose. Gintoki Doji.
Teddy summoned his Persona 2? Then that means I guess there's no choice but to fight. It's not like I was just going to let him off the hook anyway. Teddy needs to be punished.
Huh? A direct challenge against the General himself? We're joining the shocking turn of events already in progress. Now, who will win? The General or Snow Black? Let the argument be decided with fists.
I had forgotten about Rise-chan until her joking voice is amplified over the loudspeakers, but right now, punishing Teddy is top priority. I'll get revenge for my box lunch. Priorities, Yukiko, for fuck's sake.
Finally!
The mysterious beast Teddy has been unleashed. Can this lead be sustained? What a fierce attack! Can they withstand it? Oh, not bad!
This is gonna be awesome!
This won't be that easy. Oh, the poison is wearing down their stamina.
This is unusual.
Has the battle been decided? That one was astoundingly persistent. They've been blasted away. This fear allows the opponent to deal heavy damage.
Slapped to death. I feel a little better now, I think. Teddy should go back to normal just like Yosuke-kun and Chie. I turn towards my poor lunch and think I've avenged you. Although a boxed lunch's long cherished desire is to be eaten, right? It won't be fully avenged until it fulfills its purpose. What's inside is completely mixed up, and it looks bad, but all the flavors have mixed together too. It smelled good when we were at the food court, but right now it's smelling a little, no, quite different. But maybe that's just a result of the tastes combining.
I wonder if it's still edible.
Okay. If you say maybe I should see if it's okay, you get Yukiko's joke ending. And if you say I have faith in myself, then you get her real ending. It's so fucking dumb. No, now's not the time for that. I've been allowing myself to get caught up only thinking about myself and worrying about my food this whole time. I need to focus on more important things, like saving Miss President.
Are you okay, Miss President? Are you hurt? Teddy didn't try anything funny, did he?
Yukiko-san, you...
Miss President's voice trails off as she stares at me.
What is it? Oh, I used my persona in front of her.
I was so furious at Teddy that I didn't even think before summoning my persona. From an outsider's perspective, that fight must have seemed like I was actually participating in that fighting tournament thing. How can I explain this?
I get that you were angry, but you just had a huge fight right in front of me. And after I told you to go home, what are you doing still at school? I'm the student council president, you know? You gotta leave this stuff to me.
That's not what I expected to be scolded for. Does she really not find our personas odd? Maybe she's confused because she entered this world. But I can't save Miss President without having her trust. I can't have her disliking me or becoming suspicious of me. There's no way she'd believe me if I tried to tell her that she's inside of a world inside of a TV. I need to find a way to gain her trust first. I continue to choose my words to make sure that I don't anger Miss President.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just worried about you. Also, Teddy here seems to be the host of this tournament.
Oh, you thought that too? Yeah, I was fooled at first. But after talking to him, I don't think that's true anymore.
Huh? What does she mean by that? Teddy's not the host of the tournament?
I'm sorry. Can you explain?
Miss President nods and begins telling me why she's with Teddy. First, Miss President thought that Teddy was the host and then asked him to stop the tournament, blah blah blah, we've seen all this. Glance over and realize that Teddy doesn't have that funny cape or hat. Considering that it's only a hat and cape, it wouldn't take much to change out of that costume, but this isn't good. Now I'm the one who doesn't know what I'm supposed to believe. When she sees my confusion, Miss President wakes up the unconscious Teddy and says, it'd be quicker if you just talked to her.
Hey,
Ask him yourself.
Wake up! Get a grip on yourself. Ain't you supposed to be my knight?
Whoa! A cutie pie's trying to score with me? Okie dokie! I'm puckered up and ready for your wake-up kiss!
Teddy, did you need me to punish you again?
Thanks! I was just joking. I'll be good.
All right, then tell me what's going on. She said that the Teddy hosting the tournament wasn't the real one. But in that case, what have you been doing all this time?
Yuki-chan, you believe me?
Of course. We're friends, aren't we? Though that does depend on what you tell me.
You don't give an inch!
I really don't want to believe him. But considering how many things seem odd inside the TV world, I need to hear what he wants to say. When Teddy hears my demand, he responds by pulling himself together and tells me everything that's happened until now. He noticed that something abnormal was going on in this world and came to investigate way before he figured out anything was going on. And that the fake Teddy was already here when Teddy got here. That when he arrived, he was scolded by Miss President. Now he's been fighting all this time to protect Miss President since she can't use a persona. Doesn't seem like he's lying. I believe Teddy. Thinking back to what Chie said, no matter how much he might enjoy pranks, there's no way Teddy could have done something this complicated, and Teddy would never enjoy making all of us friends fight. Same goes for Rise-chan too, and if General Teddy is a fake, then that Rise-chan who's doing those broadcasts may be a fake too. I feel bad for ever doubting my investigation team friends.
Okay, I understand now. I'm sorry I doubted you, Teddy.
See? Did you hear that, Miss President? Yuki-chan believes me.
So she does. Alright, what the hell? I'll believe you too. Truth to tell, you're so immature that I can't see you putting this together.
Whoa! Such high praise! I can tell you really trust me, Miss President.
Yeah, that's it.
It wasn't a compliment, numbskull.
Good for you, Teddy. You've been protecting Miss President all this time, right? Well, I think you did a great job.
Oh my! Praise from Yuki-chan too? I'm on a roll! This is great! So great! Keep it coming, please!
She always gets so carried away. I have to say, I'm definitely happier to see this Teddy than the Teddy in that weird costume.
But then who's in the announcement room? He looks exactly like you. Some relative of yours?
Huh? There's nobody as adorable as me in this world.
The announcement room? Oh, right. This is supposed to be Yasugami High. If he's using the PA system and TVs, then he may be in the announcement room. But Miss President's question is important, too. What in the world is that fake Teddy? General Teddy. First thing that crosses my mind about it would be Teddy's shadow, but Teddy was able to use his persona a moment ago, so that can't be it. So that means someone's disguised as Teddy. Who in the world would do such a... Huh? I was thinking in circles until now, but maybe I found the answer.
Hey, this is just a thought, but if someone has made themselves look exactly like you, Teddy, couldn't it actually be Miss President's shadow?
Huh?
My shadow? What's that?
I'm not sure how to explain it, but...
I hadn't explained things to Miss President yet because I didn't want to frighten her. But I think she can probably trust me now. I need to explain the situation to her. Teddy and I both explained our understanding of the situation to Miss President. Dropped inside a TV, shadow comes out of someone materialized, a case with a real person attacked by the shadow.
Yukiko-san, are you doing all right? Like, in general? You can open up to me if you want.
Oh!
Oop. What did... Oh no, I guess even though she trusted me, bringing up such an unbelievable story would sound like a delusion. After all, when I was dropped into this world for the first time, I didn't understand or believe what was going on either. But I can't give up. When I explain things once more to try and get her to believe me, Miss President reluctantly nods.
Come on. A world inside a TV. Shadows. Sounds like a big old fairy tale to me.
Jungian, actually.
Anyway, you've gotten dragged into a pretty bad mess, so I want to help you get out of it.
Oh, that reminds me. I don't even know her name. How thoughtless of
I'm
me.
sorry. May I ask your name? I only know that you're the student council president.
Hmm? Say, you never told me either. Please tell us your name, Miss President.
Huh? My name?
Miss President stammers and looks away. Wonder what's wrong. I didn't ask her anything odd, right?
Are you all right? I'm sure you must be confused with all that's been happening.
That's not it. What gives? I can't remember anything. Why? I'm supposed to be student council president, too.
Miss President, please, calm down. It's okay. You know what they say. Less talk, more action.
Teddy and I try to calm Miss President down. It seems she doesn't remember anything other than being student council president. Apparently she was so caught up with the situation she didn't even realize she had forgotten about everything else.
I don't get it. Could something this bizarre really happen?
Don't worry. I bet you just can't remember now because of the shock of being dropped inside a TV. The same thing happened to me last year.
I couldn't believe that it was reality either. I think that her jumbled up memories are only natural, considering how abnormal this situation is.
A TV, huh? It's just so hard to swallow.
I'm sure you'll remember everything once we get back to the real world. Let's go look for that fake Teddy for now, okay?
I smile at her. Miss President seems a bit more relieved and her expression softens. We have to get her out of this world. And to do that, I need to stay strong too.
A blossoming friendship between two cuties. This is great. I'm so touched. In honor of the occasion, I request that Miss President try to score with me.
It's hard to see, but I just rolled my eyes.
Score? Teddy, if you continue mentioning that, I'm going to get angry again.
Oh no! Is the scoring princess becoming truly enraged?
That joke's a year old now. How many times are you gonna keep making it? Sheesh, we're going on ahead.
Whoa, hey! Yukiko-san!
Take Miss President's hand and begin walking briskly. She still brings up that stupid joke, even though it happened a long time ago. That was what my shadow said. That wasn't me. Oh wait, my shadow is how I truly feel. In any case, that's not what I'm really like. I would never try and be a scoring princess.
Yikes! Wait for me! Yuki-chan! Miss President! I don't want to be left alone!
Bonk.
Oh.
I forgot. This tournament's rule dictates that only the winner can move on. So much just happened that I forgot that I just beat Teddy in a fight. He'll be fine. Plus, knowing Teddy, he won't stop hitting on us or bringing up that scoring princess stuff. I don't want Miss President getting the wrong impression of me, so I ignore Teddy and head to the announcement room. God, ice cold Yukiko. Ice fucking cold. We searched everywhere for the announcement room where that fake Teddy should be, but we still can't find it. I'm starting to get tired too, so I tell Miss President that we should take a break and I try opening one of the nearby classroom doors. Monitor near the ceiling isn't on, and there's no one here either. Thank goodness, we should be able to rest for a bit here. I set the box lunch on a desk and sit down with Miss President. Why are you bringing that with you everywhere? Now that I've finally taken a seat, I suddenly realized just how exhausted I am. Come to think of it, ever since I got into the TV world, it's been non-stop running, walking around, and fighting.
Still carrying that, huh?
Carrying that? What is she talking about?
Oh, you mean the lunchbox?
Yeah. If you weren't gonna need it right away, you could have just left it with him back there.
Left the lunch with Teddy instead of carrying it around. Now that I think about it, I feel like I probably should have done that. But still, I'm hesitant to just leave it behind. This President's right in that we won't be needing it right away. Even besides that, the food inside is in no condition to give to anyone. But it's still filled with so many feelings. I didn't feel like I'd be able to explain all that to Miss President, so I try and change the subject to deflect attention away.
Say, Teddy seems to have taken a real liking to you, Miss President. I think I understand why. You're really pretty after all.
Guess my attempt to change the subject was a little too obvious. Yeah. But I couldn't think of any other topic of conversation besides Teddy that both of us could definitely relate to. If I was talking to Chie, she'd be able to expand the conversation in a much more natural way. Miss President cocks her head and speaks up.
Can I ask you something? Am I good looking?
Yeah. Miss President always does something I'm not expecting in these situations. I must have the exact expression on my face as Miss President did a moment ago. Miss President seems embarrassed that I'm looking at her with this expression. I guess I should answer her question, though.
Yes, I think so. I bet you'd look great if you dressed up.
Wow. Way to go there, me! Even I think that sounded weird. I do honestly think that Miss President is cute and good-looking. Maybe she's never thought about such things? She doesn't seem to be wearing any makeup, and she's not wearing any accessories either. She's wearing her uniform and nothing else, like she's a living example of the school regulations.
Really? I'm not much of an expert since I usually just wear what I need for work. But most people at school give their own little alterations to their uniforms and things like that.
Is that allowed? Don't the teachers get sore?
I'm not sure. I guess they might complain if things got too out of hand. But I wear a cardigan over my uniform all the time, and I've never received a complaint. Let's see. I wonder what kind of look would work for you.
I look into the compact mirror I have with Miss President. Then again, it's small, so there isn't much I can really see. I try putting my cardigan up to Miss President's chest and change her hairstyle a bit with my headband. Miss President's eyes brighten up. That was kind of cute. After Miss President shyly fixes her messed up hair and returns my cardigan and headband to me, she speaks up fondly.
I never knew I could look like that.
See? Isn't it fun to give your uniform your own personal touch?
Seeing Miss President so happy makes me happy too. It seems like Miss President really didn't have any interest in her looks until now. That's a bit of a waste.
I never gave much thought to fashion, though. I think Chie would be better at telling which colors compliment you best.
Really? I think Marie would be better, actually.
Chie? Who's she?
Or maybe I?
She's a great friend of mine. Chie is a natural at choosing colors
Rise.
and things that
Rise
look great
would
on
be
people.
perfect. Red looks good on you, Yukiko. Chie was the one who said that to me. She's always looking after me, and sometimes I feel that she knows more about me than myself. When I go shopping with her, Chie always finds clothes for me that she's positive would look good on me, and so I bet she'd be able to find clothes for Miss President in a flash.
A friend of yours? I want to meet her too.
Well, I kicked her ass back there. She's probably still there. Let's go meet her right now.
Sure. Once this is over, we can all go shopping together. I'm sure there are lots of outfits that would look good on you.
Yeah. Let's do that. I'll hold you to it.
I feel a little closer to Miss President now. I don't have that many friends, but it still makes me happy when I make a new one. I'm sure Chie would be surprised too. She's always exaggerating, so I bet she'd say something like, I can't believe Yukiko's asked to hang out with someone besides me. I put on the cardigan that Miss President returned to me. Just as I'm about to suggest that we get going, a mysterious yet familiar voice echoes within my head.
Senpai! Can anyone hear me? That voice. Risa-chan? She's making contact through her persona, so it must be.
It's different from the voice that was being broadcast over the PA system. This feeling is definitely Rise-chan's persona. Rise-chan's persona is a bit different from ours in that it has special abilities that allow it to sense faraway presences and deliver people's voices to others. Tell Miss President what's happening, and she seems amazed that my friend has contacted me. I then quickly turn my concentration back to the conversation with Rise-chan.
Yukiko-senpai! Thank goodness! Sorry, I was so relieved that I started tearing up. Are you alright, Yukiko-senpai?
Mm-hmm, I'm fine. What about you? Are you okay? You were doing these weird broadcasts until a moment ago, but you're back to normal now, right?
That wasn't me! A fake Teddy was saying those things in my voice. Ever since I got kidnapped, he was watching me. I didn't get any chances to use my persona. Yukiko-senpai, where are you right? Wait a sec. Are you with someone right now?
I see. Rise-chan doesn't know about Miss President. I quickly tell her about Miss President and what has happened.
Something's not right about her. I can't put my finger on it, but she's not normal.
Not normal? Well, I start thinking about what she could possibly mean by that. Rise-chan continues on.
So based on how things went last year, you think that girl's the victim and the fake Teddy's her shadow?
I don't know yet, but it's possible. Rise-chan, you say you were with the fake one all this time. Are you okay?
Oh sure, don't worry about me. The fake's gone off somewhere. That's why I was trying to contact someone.
Goodness, Rise-chan's safe then. Must be so scary to have been held captive by the fake Teddy. That fake Teddy was using both Teddy's form and Rise-chan's voice. What reason would he have to do that? Oh, that reminds me. I should tell Rise-chan that her manager was worried about her.
This might not be worth mentioning now, but your manager called me in.
Huh? Inoue-san contacted you? Yikes. Sorry about that.
Sorry, give me a second here.
Oh no, don't be. I just thought you should know.
Oh man, how am I gonna explain this? I seriously have no excuse. I'll just have to lie and say I ran away from home for a few days. I'm gonna get in such trouble for this. Ugh.
Your boyfriend came back to town and you were boning. Wait, no, don't say that.
One thing at a time. We have to deal with this situation first.
Don't worry, the others are here too. We'll rescue you in no time.
Yeah, I'm sensing them now. Cool. I'll be waiting, so hurry and come get me. Oh, but be careful.
Rise-chan answers energetically, but I know there's no way she's alright after being captured by the mastermind behind this case. Bet she's scared and worried. I have to hurry and rescue her. Rise-chan ended the communication after telling me she was going to try and contact everyone else. I told her where Yosuke-kun, Chie, and Teddy were, so hopefully she'll be able to contact them. But my objective is now clear. I have to go to the announcement room, rescue Rise-chan, then do something about that fake Teddy. Now that the goal is in sight, I can more thoroughly focus on reaching it.
Well, that didn't look weird or nothing. Were you talking to your friend inside your head?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I bet it's hard to believe, but...
Nah, I could tell from watching you. You didn't look like you were faking it. You must really get along with him.
Huh?
I could see on your face that you didn't doubt him at all.
Also, I just realized something actually kind of interesting.
And I'm sure they trust you right back, huh?
After thinking for a moment, I can't help but smile.
They sure do. We've been through a lot together, you see.
So when Yukiko is talking, she's got the white and the yellow outline. When Miss President is talking, she does not. I feel like Miss President's acting a little off. Because I had been having a full conversation without paying any attention to her. Thought she might be feeling like she was out of the loop, but it seems like something else is on her mind. It's like she feels awkward. No, apologetic? It's as if she was bearing something she can't say to anyone else. Am I overthinking things?
Don't worry. We're behind you, too. I'm sure you'll get through this just fine.
I reassure her and try to cheer her up, but Miss President only nods ambiguously and doesn't smile back. I want to help her, but what should I do? We walked around the school some more and finally found the announcement room. Whatever is the cause of this case is inside here. That realization makes me tense up. I motion towards Miss President, and after she nods back, I quickly open the door at once.
Yukiko-senpai, you came!
Huh? Only Rise-chan is inside the room. I thought that the fake Teddy would be like, "Mwahaha, you finally made it this far. Now let me tell you my master plan," or something like that. That's when the fake Teddy appears on all the monitors in the announcement room.
Welcome, Yuki-chan. Looking for me? You must know already, but this is the stage for the final battle. You've brought your own strange audience with you, but I'll overlook that for now. You seem to love attention so much that I'm sure you'll do better with an audience.
The fake Teddy glances to Miss President for a moment, but seems uninterested and says nothing more about her. If fake Teddy is this girl's shadow, then I thought he would definitely start taunting
There's
her.
no point in pretending to be Teddy anymore. I'm not fooled. Who are you? Why are you doing this? How much longer will this awful game continue?
Oh my! How rude of you to call it awful when you're the ones who wished for it!
We wished for this? What do you mean?
As I've said from the start, real men let their fists do the talking! Bring out the next challenger!
Just like before, smoke pours out. I still can't tell whose silhouette it is I see through the white smoke, but I have a pretty good idea who it is. The fake Teddy said a moment ago that this is the final battle. Since I fought Yosuke-kun, Chie, and Teddy, there's only one person left.
I had a feeling it would be you.
That makes things easier then. Let's get started, Yukiko.
That's right, it's Yukon.
If it's at all possible, I don't want to fight. Can we not do this?
What a question. You've been fighting against your friends this whole time, haven't you?
That's true, but...
I don't want to fight, huh? You always just wait for things to happen. You can't do anything until someone makes the choice for you. You haven't changed at all. Just like last year. You're still waiting for someone to come and rescue you.
I haven't changed at all?
It sure seems like everybody's insecurities are based on you haven't changed at all. Yukun's words make my heart ache, and what comes back to my mind are the words that my shadow said to me when I was first dropped into this world. Those words mingle with Yukun's and reopen my past wound. The me that wanted to go somewhere, but was too weak-willed to do anything on my own, and thus yearned after a prince to take me away. The me that didn't have enough courage to even consider breaking the cage surrounding me just became more and more fretful. I thought that I had faced down those fears and that I had changed. I did my best to improve my cooking, a skill that I was bad at as part of that process. That's why I made this box lunch. But after hearing Yukun say those things, feelings I was cultivating are mowed down and my confidence is staggered. Have I actually not changed at all?
That's not true. I'm trying to the best of my abilities.
Enough with the weasel words. I'm sick of your excuses.
I have no intentions of listening to anything you have to say. Yukun draws his sword to emphasize this feeling. Because fake Teddy's rules are still in effect, if I want to save anyone, then I must fight. I have to steel myself. If I don't fight and win, I won't be able to protect Miss President and the others.
Listen, both of you, something ain't right. Yukiko-san, are you really gonna fight him?
I'm sorry. I know you want to stop this. But this is my only choice right now. Please, stand back, Miss President.
Upon hearing my words, Rise-chan leads Miss President a safe distance away from the upcoming fight. It'll be alright. I've been able to pull through so far. I just need to concentrate on the battle before me. Otherwise, I won't be able to win against Yukun. I wonder why Yu's
Finally.
height and weight are blocked out.
A tremendous blow already. This is good. Oh my, they've been locked away. The opponent's still standing.
Oof.
Over here. Has the battle been decided? Reverse spin. Use time stamina. Are they breathing easy now?
Slapped to death. Ah, water. Water is delicious. I really just beat up Yukon. He finally came to visit us after all this time and we end up fighting? How did this happen? The same with Yosuke-kun, Chie, and Teddy too. That reminds me, everyone said the same things to me before I fought with them. Maybe I really haven't changed at all.
You're pretty strong, Yukiko.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you hurt anywhere? I ended up fighting you anyway.
Try to excuse myself to Yukon, who's just gotten back to his feet. Yukon looks puzzled.
I knew something wasn't right. You've done a complete 180 from how you were a moment ago.
I was just thinking the same thing about you.
If you doofs don't mind me butting in, something wasn't right with either of you. It was like neither of you could hear what you was saying. The way you answered each other didn't make no sense.
We didn't hear what each other was saying? Huh. It was like this after each of my fights. After we finished fighting, it seemed like our conversations before the fight weren't matching up at all. I didn't have time to check, and I was also scared to confirm this, but what if we were hearing each other say wasn't actually what we were saying at all?
I see. Was that the fake Teddy at work too?
You think he's doing it on purpose to make friends fight each other?
That's crazy. Why? How could anyone do something so horrible as making someone fight their friends?
This president is disgusted by the situation. It almost seems as if she was the one who was forced to fight against all of her friends. She must be a very kind person. I feel as if she was becoming angry for me. I tell her not to let the situation bother her and calm her down. Then I introduce her formally to Rise-chan and Yukon. Explain how I met her in this world, how she can't remember anything, and how she may be the victim at the heart of this case. Upon hearing my theory, Yukon nods and falls deep in thought.
I see. That's strange, though. The Shadow's main objective is to take the place of the real person. If he really is her Shadow, that fake Teddy hasn't seemed interested in her at all.
Yeah, you're right. He completely ignored Miss President a moment ago, too.
You still haven't figured it out? I made sure to spell it out for you from the start, too.
A voice suddenly echoes throughout the room. I feel as if I've heard it somewhere before, but it's a voice that I really don't want to remember.
Who's there? Where are you?
You haven't found what you cherish, what you truly desire.
Voice's owner slowly reveals herself. That figure was the one thing I didn't want to see. I faced her once in the past, but now that I have to face her again, I'm scared.
Yukiko-senpai's shadow? This can't be.
That's right. The one that appeared before everyone was myself. My own face mocking
Now
me.
that everything's peaceful, no one will help me. I'm suffering now, yet no one notices. I'm beside myself because I can't tell if I'm making any real progress.
Nobody knows if they're making real progress, you just keep trying.
Isn't that right, me?
Can't believe this. Why? I mean, I've already defeated my own shadow and obtained a persona. There's no way she could be before me again.
When I notice something, if I stir up more trouble, everyone will worry. I'm sure. No, I know for a fact that my real prince will come save me this time.
My shadow's smile widens as she stares at me. I couldn't face that gaze, and my eyes wander across the ground. My boxed lunch slowly came into my field of view. My shadow seems to have realized what I was glancing at, and she intensifies her verbal assault.
I mean, take that boxed lunch. I said that I made it for everyone, but I'm not at all confident about it. I could have given it to them, but I didn't. I was so scared inside that I couldn't. Yet I can't throw it away either. That boxed lunch is just like me. I did my best, but I don't know whether or not it came out good. Just like poor, pitiful me.
That's not true! Come, Konohana Sakuya!
Huh?
Nope. Nothing happens. It's as if I've never had the power to begin with. No, why? How can this be?
No! This isn't happening! I look so pitiful! Did you think that just because you gained your persona that your shadow would never appear again?
Yes.
Did you think you'd never meet me again after you accepted yourself?
Yes.
Sorry, but no one ever really lets go of their weaknesses. I'll always be with you.
Has my persona really turned back into a shadow? Was all the progress I thought I made only in my mind? Have I really not changed at all? The words cast at me earlier cut fresh wounds into my heart.
You tried to act all high and mighty by saying you were determined, but you were just trying not to rock the boat. It's too much trouble thinking on your own, so you closed your eyes to everything. Isn't that right, Miss Goody Two-Shoes?
Have you ever thought about the problem you cause for others? You may not realize, but you completely rely on us. That box lunch you brought today is a perfect example. Nobody ever said they wanted you to make them one.
You always just wait for things to happen. You can't do anything until someone makes the choice for you. You haven't changed at all. Just like last year, you're still waiting for someone to come and rescue you.
The me that gave up thinking for myself. The me that ignores the feelings of others and is only thinking about myself. The me that can't do anything on my own. The me that pretended to have grown but in reality hasn't changed at all. My weakness caused this case, and it dragged everyone into it? The shadow continues the verbal barrage as I stand trembling.
I've always been by your side. You were just tuning me out for a while. Isn't that true? Poor, pitiful me.
Please stop. Catch myself covering my face with my hands. I don't want to see or hear anymore. I'm scared. Yukun and the others are getting a full view of my pitiful self. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I can't even stand.
Please, stop!
Have I not changed at all since back then? Did I actually know that deep down, but I was just trying to ignore it? Please, no more. I just want to let go. I want to let go of everything.
Yukiko-san!
Yukiko! Don't let it fool you!
He's right, Yukiko-senpai. Look up at us!
I like these moments, actually. What am I doing? Why was I so frightened? Yukun, Risei-chan, Miss President, I can hear all their reassuring voices, too. I'm not alone. No matter how pitiful I am or how painful things are, I have great friends who aren't embarrassed of me. They accept me as who I am and will fight alongside me. Reassuring voices pull me out of the darkness. I slowly open my eyes. Before me, I see Yukun's back. He has stepped in between the shadow and I to try and protect me. Risei-chan is holding my body
Don't
up.
give in. You overcame your weakness back then, didn't you? We all know you did. We were there.
Yeah, you're not running away from anything. Not last time, and not this time either. You came to rescue me just like you said. This is the second time you've done that. You're not weak at all.
You're both right. I can face myself. I can do
Yukun,
this.
please, let me do this.
Yukun and I exchange glances. When he sees me nod with determination, Yukun's expression softens and he stands aside. He believes in me. His trust makes me so happy right now. Thank you, Yukun.
Look after Miss President and Risei-chan.
Of course.
I get back to my feet and stand firmly. Fix my gaze upon the smirking shadow in front of me. If it was my weakness that caused this case, then I'll bring an end to this case myself.
People never let go of their weaknesses. You're probably right about that. That's why I must continue fighting against mine. And I can do it because I know I'm not alone.
Now I can take a step towards that goal.
Yukiko-san, can you really beat her?
Miss President's voice. Yeah, I'm surprised too. If not for everyone, I'd never have realized I possessed such inner strength. I take a deep breath. I won't look away again.
You say you're my weakness? Then no matter how many times you come back, I will continue to stand up against you. Now, come.
Ha ha ha! Feel the strength flowing through me and my persona Konohana Sakuya appears. The shadow contorts her face in pure hatred from seeing me standing up against her.
Why? Why aren't you despairing? I was so close to.
This is very similar to Yosuke's storyline. Oh shit!
Final.
Damn it! I lost track of who I was. Handled. And that's going to lead into a cliffhanger. With my final strike, the shadow stops moving. I won. I defeated her. Again.
You did it, Yukiko.
Thanks.
I truly feel horrible that my weakness was what caused this case. I'm sure that everyone will still accept me, though. And this time, I know for sure that I'm not just pretending that so that I overcome my weakness. I'll be alright now. Even if I go astray again, I'll be able to stand up against it.
Huh? Senpai, be careful! Something's not right with the shadow!
We all turn towards Risei-chan, and simultaneously all the lights in the announcement room turn off. What happened?
They repeatedly suffered the pain of fighting their friends, but they still didn't lose heart.
A voice echoes in the darkness, an ominous voice that makes me feel like insects are crawling all over my skin. But still, this voice is somehow familiar.
No one can understand you after all. What a shame.
Oh, it's breaking. Oh, that's so fucking. Oh, it's so evil. I just realized what the Shadow's plan is. It's gonna break Labris by showing her that friends can fight each other and still be friends. When whatever happened in her past, that's not what happened. Lights come back on, and the one standing before me was the fake Teddy? But why? Just a moment ago, I was positive that my shadow was there.
What are you talking about?
Fake Teddy looks straight at Miss President and is addressing her. The air about him and even his voice are completely different now.
Who are you? I thought you were my shadow.
No, that's not true, Senpai. I couldn't tell until now, but the one this thing's based on is Miss President.
What are you talking about, Risei-chan? That's impossible. I mean, just a moment ago
I thought something was odd. Yukiko used her persona in the fight. Personas and shadows are one and the same. It's impossible for both to exist at once.
Yukon is right. How could I have forgotten that? Power of personas can only be obtained by accepting one's shadow, or through the power of an evoker, forcing it out. The reason I'm able to use my persona is because I already faced my shadow, but I was fighting that thing with my persona. Couldn't possibly be my shadow.
Plus, we've never seen a shadow take on someone else's appearance. Maybe that's why your conversations with each other got all jumbled up.
Either way, this isn't like last year.
Hey, would you stop treating me like I'm some kind of freak? This wasn't my power originally. It's hers.
Her power? What's that supposed to mean? Miss President cradles her head and denies the shadow's words.
No! I'm not like that! Why so desperate all of a sudden? It's about time you remembered. Stop deluding yourself!
Is this a new scene? Doesn't look like it.
I am a shadow.
Okay.
The true self. That's my face.
No. The fake Teddy turned into a form that looks exactly like Miss President. So it's Miss President's shadow? A shadow that can change forms is completely unheard of. I still can't believe it, despite all the evidence pointing to it.
I think that's its real appearance. Look at it next to Miss President over there.
I try to compare them, as Rise-chan says, but Miss President is trembling uncontrollably and trying to hide. Still, the Shadow's face is pretty much identical to what I know of Miss President. Although, the Shadow's body is covered with all kinds of metallic parts, and she looks like some kind of robot. The real Miss President is acting like I was. She shut her eyes tight and is shaking her head.
Deceive myself? I don't know you!
Huh. You're still trying to look away? Then how else do you explain me? The power to scramble other people's senses? Those people there must be aware of it. Ask yourself, why do I have such powers? Because you, the real one, have them too!
Power to scramble other people's senses. I get it now. That's why everyone wasn't making any sense when we fought.
I see. If I had lost my mind during those matches, I should have realized it. But I never did. Neither did the others. So we didn't really lose our minds. We just seemed that way to the other person. Which means no matter what the other person really said or did, we perceive it as being something completely different.
So that was the reason why everyone's attitudes and conversations didn't match up after the fight was over. We were both hearing things that neither of us said. But why does the Shadow keep saying this power is Miss President's own power? What could that possibly mean?
Is that Miss President's persona ability? Or is it something else?
Marin Karen.
That's a pretty good guess. But it's wrong. I was born with this ability. More like a weapon, designed for infiltration.
Infiltration? Weapon? That doesn't make any sense at all. What are you talking about?
No! No! I don't want to remember!
You don't? Hey, fine with me. Then you can die as you are.
Shadow brandishes the giant axe in her hand and comes charging at Miss President. Miss President is still trembling and doesn't seem like she can move. No, my body moved faster than I could think. Reflexively slide my body in between the Shadow and Miss President.
Look out!
Yukiko!
The moment I embraced Miss President to shield her from the Shadow's axe, I hear the ping of metal striking metal.
Senpai! Senpai, hang in there!
You couldn't stop the axe with his sword to protect me and Miss President, but the power of the Shadow's attack knocks him away. I'm scared, but I can't back down now. Yukun gave his all to protect us, so now it's my turn. The Shadow glares at me in disgust as it sees me refusing to move from Miss President.
Why are you protecting her? You've had your turn already. Get out of my way. The only one I have business with is me over there.
Shadow brandishes the giant axe at us once again with pure rage. This Shadow's strong, but I can't run away. The moment I was about to summon my persona, the presence behind me moved.
Eliminating Shadow.
Whoa.
No way!
Huh? I have absolutely no idea what's happened. I hear sounds of machinery whirring. It's not from the Shadow. It's coming from Miss President.
Target confirmed to be a Shadow. 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labris. Initiating elimination process.
What in the world is Miss President? Alright, and that finishes off Yukiko for now. Sorry, I keep calling her Yukiko. It's Yukiko.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I'm gonna do...
between dream and reality, mind and matter.
This one seems relatively short. So we're gonna do Akihiko, and then we'll wrap up the stream, and we'll get to the cliffhanger breaker next time.
I'm a long way from home.
Ever since I left Japan, I've been constantly searching for places to test my strength. Before I knew it, I'd wound up on the ass end of the globe. That's not a nice way to describe South America. As I walk down a dark alley, a dry wind blows. I can see people inside the buildings, but I don't sense any life here. Just because it's quiet doesn't mean it's anything close to safe, though. Well, it just shows that not everywhere in the world is affluent. I sense a hostile presence from somewhere. I glance around and see 2 thugs smirking at me with narrowed eyes. Our gazes meet in those thugs. A seedy-looking large man and a thin man stand before me.
Yo, bro. Haven't seen your mug around here. The lucky thing we noticed you. Come on, man. Spare us some change. We just need a little, man. We'll double it in no time in that gambling den over there.
You're in my way. Move it.
The thugs are momentarily stunned by my answer, but their shock quickly dissolves into anger.
And we were being friendly. I should have pulled this on you at the start.
Large man's words produce a fusillade of spittle as he simultaneously whips out what he believes is his trump card. It's a gun. He waves the muzzle in front of my face in a threatening manner.
Body like that, and you gotta resort to a gun? Pathetic. To begin with, do I really look like I carry that much money on me?
Ain't you Japanese? Most Asians stupid enough to come waltzing around here are loaded. Come on, give me everything you got, or it's gonna be your brains on the floor.
The large man is quite short-tempered. I wonder if his mood swings are due to a lack of calcium in his diet. I guess you really don't get to choose what you eat when you live in a place like this. Large man apparently realizes that he can simply take my cash when I'm dead. His fat finger squeezes the trigger before I can reply. Gunshot rings out and sends a shockwave through the alley's dry air.
Son of a bitch!
The large man stands stupefied. He recollects himself and throws a few more rounds my way.
What the? What kind of hit him?
It's because I'm dodging his shots. Not the bullets, they obviously move faster than the human body. When a slow man uses a gun, the problem is that he has to point the gun to where he wants to send the bullets. I can see him doing that. I'm just reading his gun's movement and getting out of his line of fire before he shoots. It's that simple. I bet he thinks there's something wrong with the gun or that he's not aiming well. Some people. I think he's the embodiment of the phrase, a big head and a little wit. He never realizes what's happening. I dodge his hail of bullets and quickly close the distance to my attempted murderer. I get a good look at his face contorting in fear and confusion.
Checkmate.
I strike once, burying my fist in his porcine gut. His body lifts off the ground for a brief moment before it collapses to the ground backwards. A massive impact lifts a huge cloud of dust. The man doesn't stir from his place on the ground.
You should be more careful who you pick your fights with.
You bastard!
Thin man pulls something from his pocket. I hear the loud click of a switchblade being unfolded. He drops into a crouch, coiled and ready to strike.
At least you know the basics.
The reprobate extends his arm and thrusts the dully shining knife towards me in a telegraphed attack. I get inside his arm, swipe the attack angle of the blade out of the way with my right hand, and connect with my left hand underneath his jaw. Since he attacks in the most obvious fashion, I repel the attack with the most obvious counter. The uppercut lands flush, and the man is cast in the air as he utters an undignified scream.
I gotta hand it to you for not abandoning your pal.
Sheesh. I didn't come on a journey to waste my time getting into scraps that don't even rate as a good warm-up. Although, honestly, pretty much all I had encountered so far in my training was a continuous morass of tedious quarrels. Now up ahead, huh? Notice the dust from the fat man's landing has gotten on my cape and I brush it off. This is the only mark that I took from the encounter. Bodily injuries will heal over time even if they're left alone, but the same can't be said about one's clothing.
Damn, that was impressive stuff.
Someone speaks to me out of the blue. I glance over and see a man who looks like a bartender hesitantly emerge from a nearby bar. It seems he was watching the whole thing unfold.
What a fight! And against a man with a gun? Are you a ninja or something?
Nah, that's not important. We're the police. I'd have thought all the gunfire would catch their attention.
Bartender responds to my bewilderment by laughing in an even more dumbfounded manner and shrugs.
Things like that happen all the time. The only authority here is the cartel. Everyone who's not connected dies in poverty. That's been how it works for over 50 years.
I see.
Those who are not connected. Upon hearing that, a bitter feeling wells up inside me. Everything in this world relies on connections, and connections are just another form of power. People say People say that what's most important can't be obtained by power, but I figure that means the other 99.9% of everything is simply a matter of power. That includes one's lifespan, and at times the lifespan of those close to you as well.
Hey, why not stop in for a drink? It's on the house. Seeing what you did made my day.
He still feels guilty for what happened to the main character of Persona 3. Damn. Oh, and Shinjiro. Bartender's cheerful voice snaps me out of my ruminations.
Are you sure? The cartel you mentioned might not like that.
Hey, I'll get off easy compared to you. All I did was offer you a drink, not beat the hell out of their goons.
Drink, huh?
Do you have the good stuff in stock?
Huh?
It's hard to obtain that certain something around here. I haven't had any for a couple days now. Actually, I'm starting to go into withdrawal.
I swear to God, if he says protein.
What is it you're talking about, mister? Listen, I run a clean bar.
Protein.
Ugh.
I need a double shot of protein.
Oh my God, Akihiko.
Huh? Oh.
Make it quick. It's only half as effective 30 minutes after I've burned some calories.
Sorry, I don't know that brand. Is that some kind of sake?
No. It's alright if you don't have any.
What am I thinking? You never know unless you try, but it was pretty stupid of me to expect that a bartender in a dive bar like this would have protein drinks. Shake my head and collect myself. I finally return to Japan. I'll have all the protein my muscle fibers are crying out for. It sounds great just thinking about it. Mountains of protein. Protein as far as the eye can see. My daydreams of what a world of infinite protein would be like are interrupted. What the fuck? Take out my cell phone and see that I've received an email. There are 3 important things on the sub-display. The first is the icon that tells me that international roaming service is in effect. Second is the name Kirijo. The last is the word urgent.
Looks like opportunity's knocking sooner than I expected.
I can't hide my smirk. The fact that the message is urgent means that I'm being summoned for a mission.
Fine with me. I haven't found any opponents worth my time here anyway.
Plus, the training journey I'm on was in preparation for these missions. It was my way of showing that I would be suited for taking on these special missions professionally. It seems that either my plan is working or that this is fate telling me that the time to display my results has come.
I can't wait to see what kind of challenge there is in store for me now.
I imagine that this unknown enemy could be, what this unknown enemy could be, and thrust my left fist proudly towards the foreign winds. I can't keep my body from trembling with excitement, and I plant my fist into my right palm. So hot-blooded. Just loves a good fight. Early morning, May 3rd, Japan. After a flight that took over half a day, I arrive in Japan. Every time I fly, it always strikes me how cramped the seats are and how boring long flights are. Considering that we're being placed in a hypoxic environment, it's a waste not to equip the seats with pec decks or give us access to some cardio equipment. As I head towards the... Seriously, is that all he thinks about? It's been a long time since I played Persona 3, but Jesus Christ, Akihiko. As I head towards the arrival lobby while thinking about my ideal airline, I hear something I haven't heard in a while. A newscaster reporting in my mother tongue.
Good morning. It's May 3rd, Constitution Memorial Day. Our top story today is an update on the hijacking 2 days ago. 5 men attempted a daring hijacking of a domestic airline, the first such incident in Japan in the 21st century. Police began their official interrogation of the arrested suspects this morning. But all depositions have been vague so far, with suspects complaining of muddled memories. Psychiatric exams are being considered.
That must be the incident she mentioned in her email.
2 days ago in Japan, a jumbo jet bound for Kagoshima was hijacked by a group of 5 men. Blah, 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 blah. My mission is to retrieve that cargo from whoever wanted it so badly. This isn't a situation that can just be left to an ordinary policeman. This cargo is extremely dangerous, and the retrieval had to be done discreetly due to its sensitive nature. Look away from the monitor and begin walking again. My cell phone immediately begins ringing, as if the caller was watching me the entire time. The name Mitsuru Kirijo appears on the sub-display. She's the one who summoned me here for this mission. I didn't tell her any details about my return flight, but she must have found the information on her own and called after learning of my flight's arrival. She's still as prepared as ever.
It's me.
It's been a long time, Akihiko. I'm sorry to call you back on such short notice.
Don't worry about it. I was at a good stopping point.
Mitsuru has a much greater standing in the group than I, but we've been classmates since middle school, and she fought alongside me in my biggest battle. I have a feeling that the only reason we were able to pull through such an ordeal was that we helped each other back then.
So, who's our next enemy?
Don't be so impatient. You received the brief I sent you, right? What I didn't say directly in it is that the stolen cargo was from Ergo Research.
I figured it would be Kirijo Group related, with you having to call me back.
Most ordinary people in Japan would have at least heard of the name Kirijo. Kirijo Group. A large conglomerate, blah blah blah, we know about this.
What was inside this cargo?
The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris.
An anti-shadow weapon? Does that mean...
Yes, she's one of Aegis' sister units. She was sealed at the time of the robbery, but we think it's very likely that she's been activated by now.
Which means there's a good chance there'll be a fight. Alright. Yeah, this would be too much for the normal authorities. Sounds like it'll be right up my alley.
The man who ran the group 2 generations ago, Koetsu Kurijo. He was the founder of the group and also Mitsuru's grandfather. Around 10 years ago, the certain research that man was performing brought about a huge distortion to this world. The forces that created that generation were that distortion were known as shadows. I guess the best way I could describe them would be to say that they are monsters incarnated of the darkness in people's hearts. In any case, there's something completely absurd like that. Koetsu Kurijo created doing ergo research in what would later be known as the infamous Kurijo Ergonomics Lab to repeatedly perform inhumane experiments. He was artificially drawing out shadows in an attempt to gain powers beyond what mortal man should have. The experiment failed during the final stages. What remained after a big explosion were over 50 casualties and a distortion in the world that can never be repaired. Normal people are completely unable to sense this distortion at all, and yet this same distortion could cause the entire world to collapse. 3 years ago, Mitsuru and I, along with our friends, devoted ourselves to a fight in order to end the threat of that collapse. The bonds and precious memories I gained from them are engraved upon my heart and haven't faded to this day.
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
So, assuming that you take that as canon, and I don't know how accurate that is, I just know that that's their understanding of it. Basically, Persona 3 and the events of 10 years before that game happened were the catalyst for the events of Persona 4 and Persona 5. But Persona 1 and Persona 2 are also in canon and have been confirmed to be in canon. So, the theory then is that whatever happened in Persona 3, or 10 years before Persona 3, had an effect on what happened in Persona 1 and Persona 2, and those happened before Persona 3, but after the incident. That's the theory. I don't know how accurate that is.
Okay, I'll meet up with you at the actual location.
Are you heading directly there? You never change. Let me know if you need anything and I'll make the arrangements.
Protein, that's all.
What? No, it's better I don't ask. I'll send you the precise location later. Sorry to call when you've just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
You went to a lot of trouble to create the shadow operatives. I won't do anything to tarnish the name. I'll see you there.
Blah, blah, blah. I notice that I've unconsciously formed my hand into a fist. I have an email from Mitsuru giving me the details on the meeting location. As usual, she's thoroughly planned this out.
Inaba, huh?
Smile appears on my face. An opportunity to use all the skills and strength I've been honing. I will commit every fiber of my being to fulfill the duty I've been given. I couldn't ask for more. Same day, afternoon. I arrive in Inaba earlier than I'd planned. There's a lot of time to kill before I need to be at the meeting. In order to get a feel for the town and what's going on, I decide to walk around a bit. From the looks of it, it's an ordinary countryside town. I can't believe that people think a level 4 shadow-related case occurred here last year. As far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any disturbance going on right now. Looks like that unit named Labrys isn't running amok here either. As soon as I stray from the main street a bit, it's mountains and fields as far as the eye can see. The air is clean and the traffic pretty light, so the town has that going for it. This would be a great place to go running early in the morning. I wait for evening to come while exploring as much of the town as I can.
It's almost time.
My cape flutters in the wind as I shadowbox and jog to the meeting area, an intersection on the outskirts of what this town would call its shopping district. Meeting up in a rural area like this is a bit of a tricky situation. Since the shadow operatives do not officially exist, we need to draw as little attention to our mission as possible. Hopefully, we can quickly join up and be on our way so that the residents don't take notice of a bunch of outsiders assembling in their sleepy town. So, of course, Mitsuru and the others are nowhere to be seen.
Something happen? I doubt she'd run into any trouble she couldn't handle, though.
Could it be that I'm at the wrong place? There aren't any tall buildings to block my view, so I look in every direction. The only thing outside the shopping district obstructing my view is a mountain of garbage that looks like it might be a scrap heap or a junkyard. I may as well be diligent and head over there just to make sure. I entered the area and it is full of all kinds of junk. Cars and household appliances, large and small, are piled into small artificial mountains. I test my footing and begin climbing up the stacked trash. Looking down, I spot a long black limousine that is completely out of place in this tiny town. I come to a realization and sigh.
Of course. They'd stand out no matter where they were, so they could only park here.
Two of my friends are standing by the limousine, a woman decked out in a fur coat and a mechanical girl. It's Mitsuru and Aigis. Right before I call out to them, Aigis does something bizarre. She extends her right hand towards the TV screen in front of her and... Aigis' hand is passing right through the screen. Her steel fingers aren't just breaking the TV screen, they're definitely going inside it. Concentric rings of white light are rippling forth from where she inserted her hand.
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
I don't understand how or why, but it seems that people can enter that TV. If that's the case, it would be the perfect place to hide stolen cargo. That makes things easier.
Sounds like fun.
The two of them look up surprised.
Akihiko?
I leap off the mountain of trash and land in front of them.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
I take a glance at Mitsuru and I can tell she's summoning up her coldest stare. This clothing allows me to have much better mobility, but I don't think Mitsuru is going to listen to my explanation.
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Glancing at Mitsuru's clothing once again, I couldn't help but sigh. Since Aigis had already voiced what I wanted to say, I decided not to make a comeback. Mitsuru simply shakes her head and sighs back at me. Seriously, this is what happens when you grow up in a wealthy family, sheltered from the lives that normal people live.
Anyway.
I slam my left fist into my right palm. Aigis' sister unit Labris. She's apparently inside a TV sitting in an obscure part of a countryside town. I gotta wonder, what else will be waiting for us inside?
We can get inside from that TV, right? What are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labris back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Mitsuru is at a loss for words. I know that I'm voicing my opinion more forcefully than she's used to, but it's what I have to do. I know Mitsuru well enough to know that she needs someone to prod her into action. Wanting to exert control over every situation is a commendable trait, but in certain situations, waiting doesn't allow you to seize any more control. It also gives your opponent more time to prepare.
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
I lock eyes with Mitsuru and take a step towards her.
We're different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
2 years ago. Nope. Yeah, 2 years ago. I had said it was my duty... No. 3... Okay, whatever. 3 years ago, I had said it was my duty to help in the fight, but looking back on it now, I know that a lot of it was just for kicks. Seeing myself definitely become much stronger and experiencing all that personal growth was incredible. Becoming stronger felt like it would satisfy some deep desire within me. And if I died giving my all against a really powerful opponent, I didn't really mind the thought of going out like that either. I was honestly fighting for myself more than anything else. But now, something has changed in me. I wandered about the world with something in the back of my mind constantly nagging at me, something about not having a grasp of some part of myself. I know that I want power, the power to protect others. But that feeling has always been there. There's still something else, though. Something different. A few seconds of silence pass, and Mitsuru's eyes narrow. Her eyes are filled with steely determination.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
I still don't know who she's calling. As I reach out towards the screen, my fingers sink into it exactly the same way Aigus's did.
My fists are ready for action.
Excitement wells up within me as a reaction to the new sensation I feel from my fingertips. Hopefully we'll find out. Skip the stupid cutscene. It's a good cutscene. Skip the cutscene that we've seen 3 times already. When I open my eyes again, the first thing I can see is a high ceiling. I get to my feet and look around. Basketball hoops, the ground lined with white tape, folding chairs stacked high into the air.
Is this a gym?
What I'm seeing now isn't matching what I expected to be seeing. If my memory's correct, I entered the TV with Mitsuru and Aigus. Is this what's inside of the TV? Hits me. This isn't reality. Everything looks extremely real, but I sense odd presences nearby. I brace myself inside this oddly quiet gym. If I'm the only one here, I must be cautious. Alone? I suddenly realized that Mitsuru and Aigus should be here too. They came into the TV with me, but they're nowhere to be seen. Did we get separated from each other as we were falling in? No, it's more likely that we were separated intentionally. Well, I don't really need to be worried about them. I'm pretty sure that they'll be able to handle anything in here on their own. Even if something does attack them, those two will just counterattack with icicle executions and machine guns.
This feeling in the air reminds me of somewhere, though.
I felt this harsh atmosphere before. I dig through my memories. That's right, this is what Tartarus felt like. A tower full of shadows where we did battle 3 years ago. Since this area is unfamiliar and, I'm assuming, hostile, there's no knowing when an enemy may attack. But waiting around to get ambushed isn't really my thing. It's time for me to get moving. Just as I think that... What in the world is that? A bizarre object approaches me from further inside the gym. It's red, blue, and round. On top of that, it's walking on 2 feet. I've wandered all across the globe to different regions, but I've never seen a bizarre creature like this.
Huh? There's a weird guy in a cape.
Weirder still, it's able to communicate with me.
You think you've got the right to call me weird? You seem suspicious.
How rude! I'll say the same back to you. Being half naked and wearing a cape is totally suspicious. Could this be the pervert I've heard rumors about? My innocence is in danger.
You're making no sense at all. Who are you? Oh, don't tell me. Are you a shadow?
Huh? I'm Teddy! Teddy!
So you are a shadow.
I just said I'm Teddy! Teddy! It's easy!
No bear has fur that color. Or can talk.
How cruel! I'm an adorable, sexy beast, no matter what angle you're looking from.
Teddy? Does that mean he's like a bear or something? So this might make more sense in the original Japanese, where Teddy's name is Kuma. And Kuma translates literally as bear, so he's saying Kuma Kuma. But Teddy works too. Suddenly, a monitor nearby springs to life. What appeared on it was also red, blue, and round. It's another bear thing. Or to be exact, it was also Teddy.
I can't have you wandering about on your own. You're such a troublesome bear.
You're the troublesome one! How dare you do whatever you want while looking like me? It's a violation of my image rights!
What's going on? Are you twins or something?
Huh? I've discovered an unknown half-naked caped man! An intruder! Unexpected!
Suddenly, the sound and image on the monitor get corrupted. Just when I thought I was going to start figuring some things about this place and those creatures. Screen flickers and dies out. Is this some kind of ruse? The monitor pops back on. Once again, it was Teddy's. Ugh, this is too confusing. I'm just going to refer to the TV bear as bear number 2. People in a lot of overseas cultures add suffixes like the second or the great onto their kids' names, so I figure I'll go with something similar. I'm in some crazy TV world, so I'm not just gonna assume that these guys are Japanese. Like Bear number 2 is gonna care anyway. I've wasted enough time rationalizing this. Bear number 2's eyes gleam in a sinister manner. He starts speaking clearly now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Elimination, huh? I don't really have any clue as to what's going on yet, but I do know that Bear number 2 has just won the right to be the first one here to taste my fists.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but I've seen enough. Looks like you're the enemy here, Bear number 2.
I'm not sure how much stock I should put into common sense while I'm in this TV world, but if he's using a PA system, I'm guessing that there needs to be some kind of control booth for it. Since I'm in some kind of school, that means I'm probably going to find Bear number 2 in the announcement room. If Labrys is inside here, and if Bear number 2 is running this whole event, it's got to have some kind of information about her. I turn to Teddy.
As for you, Teddy, he seems to be your enemy too, but why don't you step down and let me handle him?
I proceed to walk off in search of the announcement room, but...
What?
I mean, who are you? You haven't even told me your name. And that bear might be a bad guy who tricked my beloved sensei and friends. I can't leave this in the hands of a half-naked cape man like you.
Teddy looks surprisingly resolute as he refuses my offer. Does he have friends of his own that he's trying desperately to protect too?
Well, your costume is strange. I do like that fire in your eyes.
What's that supposed to mean? It sounds perverted coming from a half-naked cave guy.
Hey, I have a name. It's Akihiko Sanada. You don't have to call me half-naked cape guy. And I know I can't prove I'm on your side just by saying so. So judge for yourself whether I'm worthy of your trust. In the ring.
You're that excited to do this?
Fists don't lie, you know? Now come on, and I'll give you everything I got.
I put my fist out in front of me and focus. If one does not face their cowardice, they cannot summon a persona. That's why persona users used to have to undergo the trial of holding an evoker to their heads. That was simply a ritual to overcome one's psychological blocks. It isn't a required step in handling personas. My resolution has always been within me after all.
Come, persona!
Caesar! So he actually trained to be able to not use the evoker, but he still carries an evoker? Because he's got it in his shoulder holster? That's weird. 1991, so he is 21 years old.
Final. Fight.
A 1-2 uppercut on the spot. Can be executed from other skills such as kill, rush, and dunk. Earthbreaker is his insta-kill. Okay. He's complicated. Whoop.
This is gonna be awesome!
I'm not giving up. Do it!
Uh-oh.
This it!
Oh! Immediately lost to a bear. Whoops.
Game over.
Let's try that one again.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I wish you good luck.
The Emperor.
Final.
All right.
Fight.
Jesus Christ, Akihiko, you throw more punches in half a second than most people throw in their entire lives. Fucking hell.
The intruder is a persona user. Difficulties in elimination.
Also, everybody else has to be tricked into fighting, and Akihiko is like, bring it! Fucking
Acknowledging
Akihiko.
as valid target.
Bear number 2 is muttering something on the other side of the monitor after watching our bout. It seems I've been officially promoted to the rank of valid target.
Persona user? You talking about me? What do you mean by valid target?
Irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Emergency. Oh, I know! I've just had a fun idea!
Just as bear number 2 starts speaking like a normal person, the monitor suddenly cuts out. Seriously, who is this guy? One thing's for sure, and that is that I need information right now. I lean over Teddy's flattened body and lightly tap the back of his head.
Hey, Teddy, wake up.
No! Kanji! You're crushing me to death!
What's going through this guy's head?
Teddy, wake up!
I smacked Teddy a little more forcefully this time. I was worried it might make him even flatter, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Looks like that did the trick. Teddy gets up using whatever weird stomach muscles he has and yells at me while it's still in that flattened state.
Hey! If you hit me so hard, you'll ruin my beautiful coat of fur! I'll go bald!
I need to take a screenshot of that and just make that my mood.
And it's just Teddy, not Teddy.
This is getting to be a pain. Teddy purses his lips and looks away in a huff. I wanted to demonstrate my sincerity with my fist. There's no doubt that I did that. Then again, considering how badly flattened he is right now, I guess it's understandable that he doesn't want to talk to me.
Well, maybe I went a little too far. Let me at least talk to you. I have important business here too. I need as much information as I can get.
Aren't you going to say sorry?
Don't push your luck, or I'll pull out all your fur.
I was just joking! Well, I am a knowledgeable bear, so I'll make an exception for you and listen.
Hey, I'm the one who won. Where does he get off with this attitude? It doesn't feel right letting that slide, but now I'm getting all pouty again. I take a deep breath and turn to face Teddy, once more.
First off, what kind of world is this?
Yes, it's the TV world.
Well, at least I was right about that. Teddy then went on to explain that there's a mysterious TV program called the Midnight Channel. That TV broadcast is caused by this world inside of TV. Huh. Seems Teddy's back to his original appearance, or rather his original thickness. He's like a big stress ball.
That's hard to believe. But even if that's true, why does it look like this? Is this supposed to be a school or something?
This is probably the school that Yosuke and the others go to.
It's a real place?
This world changes whenever someone comes here. I'm not sure why it's a school now, though.
It changes when people come here.
I used to live here for a long time, so I saw it happen a lot.
You lived here? Well, does that mean you're from this world? What are you?
Teddy starts clamming up all of a sudden. He starts getting nervous when I blurted out the realization he was living in this world and that he wasn't human. Embarrassed about being different from humans, huh? He definitely doesn't look human, but it's easy enough to overlook because he's able to easily carry on a conversation with me. And his fist definitely had a heart. I guess immediately springs to mind. She's just a machine, but she also has the same heart as a person. Though this Teddy creature may be some kind of costume creature, he must have a heart as well. That being said, he does look pretty stupid.
There's so much I don't understand. But I can at least say I'm pretty sure you're no threat.
Of course not. I'd never cause anyone any trouble.
If you know this world so well, does the name 5th Generation Labrys sound familiar?
I've never heard of it. Every day's great at Junette's. I usually spend my time there. But when I came to, I was locked up here. I managed to escape, though. Only to find that an imposter Teddy was causing a bunch of trouble with his P1 Grand Prix.
He was bummed out a minute ago, but now his face is bright red and there's steam pouring out of his head. This guy's a real piece of work.
The guy who showed up on screen looked exactly like you.
He calls himself a general. But don't confuse me for that phony. The real Teddy is made of all natural bear fur.
If that was someone in disguise, there must be a reason he's trying to look like you.
Ooh, I know. It must be because he's jealous that Sensei and everyone love me the most. But he's not 1/1,000,000th as cute as me. Anyone can tell he's a fake.
Yeah, it's totally obvious. I recall what Teddy said about the Midnight Channel earlier. Some of the things that happen in this world are broadcast to the outside world. If that's the case, then misinformation may be spread and people could be confused or misled. At this moment, I'm not sure why someone would be intentionally causing such confusion, but this Teddy guy mentioned that his friends were here. If bear number 2 is in opposition to them, then it's not too big of a stretch to imagine that he's trying to upset their friendships.
Alright, one last question. You said you used to live here. You know how to get out?
Of course! That was one of my specialties. I always helped other people when they needed to leave. But it's not working here for some reason. I'm losing my confidence. This is one bear of a Ted-ache. Ooh, that was an advanced joke.
This is no laughing matter. You won't be able to get out like this.
That wasn't advanced at all. Sheesh. He did give me some valuable information, though. I now have somewhat of a grasp of the situation. Also, how is it that Akihiko put together what's going on faster than literally anybody else? My main objectives of retrieving Labrys and escaping from this world, I won't be able to accomplish either of these things as it stands. All we can really do on our own is speculate. So, bear number 2. General, was it? I'll have to pound some more detailed answers out of him. All I need to do is keep moving forward. And if I'm going to move forward, I don't see the harm in doing it quickly.
That's it. You're coming with me.
I'm assuming that I'm probably going to need this guy's help in getting out of here later, so I grab the back of Teddy's head and sprint forward. Just as I'm about to exit this gym, Teddy gets completely stuck on something.
You're gonna tear it off!
I look behind me and Teddy is wildly flailing his arms around. I don't see anything holding him back. What kind of trick is this?
Hey, you almost made me lose my head!
Ignoring the huge fuss Teddy's making, I reach over to where Teddy is stuck. I don't feel anything. So I'll just have to try again. Pull the back of Teddy's head towards me with my full strength. He's definitely stuck on something. For a moment, it looked like the zipper on Teddy's neck warped. Whatever, it's probably just my imagination.
Looks like there's a wall that I can get through, but you can't. What a bizarre place this is.
Says the half-naked cape guy who pulled at my head so hard it almost came off!
Oh well, I'll have to leave you here. Make sure you don't go anywhere alone, you hear me?
I can't burn any more time here. As I turn my back towards Teddy to proceed on, his yells echo inside the gym.
I won't let you abandon me! I get lonely real fast! I'm coming with you!
Enormous crash reverberates throughout the area. When I turn around, I see a flattened Teddy fluttering to the ground like a sheet of paper falling off a desk. He must have gotten a running start and slammed right into whatever's there at full force. Did he just run straight into an invisible wall head first without even thinking about how much that would hurt? Huh. This guy said that the general is an enemy of his friends, and because his friends are at risk, he can't just leave everything to me. It's lack of regard for personal safety, maybe because he's so worried about his friends. He behaves oddly, but once you look past that, I can totally empathize with him.
Sorry. I'll come back for you when all this is settled.
Just hang tight, Teddy. I know it's a tough situation. I hurry to where the enemy is. For my mission, and for the sake of Teddy and his friends. When I step outside the gym, I hear a cheer from somewhere. The voices seem to be coming from outside the school building. Did a large number of people come into this world? This place is supposed to be a world inside a TV, but this kind of seems like a real school. Feels like an event, like a culture festival or field day is taking place. There's still so much about this place that I don't know. There were many parts of Teddy's explanation that I couldn't grasp. I need first-hand knowledge. I need to see some things with my own eyes. I step out to what looks like the school's main gate to check the nameplate.
Yasagami High School. I remember seeing that name in the report on Inaba.
So what Teddy told me about this place being scenery made to look like an actual high school is correct. Why recreate a high school building inside a TV? How? As I'm taking stock of my surroundings, a high-pitched girl's voice emanates from a nearby speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, what will the next match be like?
An abrupt and confusing school announcement. Cheers arise from somewhere, seemingly in response to the announcement. I sense the presence of others, and when I look around, I notice silhouettes of students that seem to be watching from all angles. Are they human? They look like they're human, but I don't sense any life from them. No matter where in the world I went, people who were excited about a battle had a certain spark to them, and these guys don't have it.
Wow, this is one fired up crowd. Hi, everyone. I, Rosette, will be your commentator. But first, the General would like to say a few words. The mic's all yours, sir.
As if answering the commotion, the monitor set up in the center turns on. General Teddy appears on the screen.
Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1 Grand Prix! Presenting the manliest of all men! Oh, so you've come this far. I applaud your bravery in not running away.
Still hiding behind a monitor? It's about time you showed up in person. I'll crush you.
Nope, sorry, but I'm not falling for a cheap ploy like that. You better follow the rules. Allow me to explain. The P1 Grand Prix is a one-on-one battle. Those who are paired off must fight. Only the winner may move on.
Only the winner may move on? Then that invisible wall that Teddy ran into with his face must be part of the contest this guy set up.
Interesting. Who are you gonna make me fight?
A bizarre laugh plays and the image on the screen switches. What showed up next seemed like an odd commercial for a P1 Grand Prix. Someone produced a video like this for the event. Does that mean everyone here is a willing participant? From the looks of it, they seem like ordinary students. I just don't think everyday students like this would be involved in the hijacking of an airplane and the stealing of Labris, but...
Huh? Who are they?
I don't have to answer that.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play along. I'm taking back Labris.
You are?
Huh?
General on the screen looked shocked by my words. He'd been evasive or just laughed at anything I said until now, but this obviously struck a nerve.
Don't think everything's gonna be that easy for you. You all should suffer, and then suffer some more!
I'm not exactly sure what specifically antagonized him, but it seems like he definitely knows something about Labris. You think you can make me suffer, huh? Well, bring it on. I flourish my cape and head into the school building.
It won't be easy, huh?
I think about what the General said a moment ago. Honestly, I can't really think of too many times in my life when things went easily. Growing up as an orphan, my memories of losing what was precious to me. Sorry, I tickled my throat. Never gotten too burdened by it, but I've constantly been pitied by others for my misfortune.
Whatever. I never expected it to be.
The pain of loss is my source of determination. I must stay strong in order to protect those who are precious and by my side right now. He's got determination for days. I proceed through the school building, and after climbing a number of stairs, I notice something odd. This place is bigger on the inside than it looks on the outside. Hallways don't turn in the direction you'd expect after seeing the outside of the building, and the way the classrooms connect with each other is bizarre as well.
This is what I'd figure another world would be like. Huh.
I reach towards an upcoming corner, and I come into contact with an invisible wall. I see. So this is what prevented Teddy from following me. I couldn't have done much earlier, but now that I can actually touch it. Put all my strength into that strike, but the wall barely gave it all. If it shakes, that means it's taken some damage. If I keep attacking it, I may be able to break through a portion of it and punch my way out. But I really don't know how much of this whole charade I can break through by destroying these walls. It wouldn't be a smart way of expending my energy. That's when something catches my eye, a window. I reach towards it, the invisible wall doesn't impede my progress.
I knew it. Whoever set this up only thought about blocking people's paths. Anywhere there already was a real wall got overlooked.
I'm not obligated to play by the enemy's gimmicks. If they want me to go one way, maybe I can gain an advantage by taking a route that they don't expect.
Then I'll just go another way.
Put my hand on the window's frame and jump outside. Damn! Was not expecting that. I land near a classroom that seems to be half underground. I look through one of the windows. Though the interior is odd, it looks like a music room. The window's closed, but it's just a glass window. If there were a real school, I'd hesitate to do this, but hey, this is a fake world. I rear back and put my fist through the window.
Whoa! What the? Who are you?
There's another visitor inside the room. He's a well-built young man in a school uniform.
Huh? You're that guy from the video.
Did you just come falling from up there? What's going on? Answer me!
I remember now. You're the blood-curdling beefsteak emperor.
Hell no, come on! Did you even try to remember my name?
So that P1 Grand Prix thing has already started.
I recall the rule that those who encounter each other must fight each other. The general said that only the winner can proceed. I decided to see if those rules are still in effect, and reached towards the exit of the music room. I feel the same wall barring my path as I felt earlier. Same goes for the window I came from. It's irritating that I'll have to follow the rules and fight, but since the walls can't be easily destroyed, I've got no choice. I don't know what kind of circumstances this kanji guy's faced with, but if we're gonna fight, we might as well do it right.
Take off your clothes.
Whoa, wait a second. Jesus, hold on.
What the hell? How can you ask that straight out?
What's wrong with what I said? Would it be hard to maneuver wearing that?
Oh, that went to fucking 12 immediately.
Maneuver?
Why is he getting all flustered? His face is red. Maybe he's just not feeling it?
What are you all flustered for? I'm talking about your jacket. If you don't wear it right, it'll get in your way during the fight.
My jacket? You just said that to begin with? There's no real meaning behind this. It's like just the way I wear it.
It's plain weird.
Says the guy who's half naked except for a cape.
Seriously, you're ridiculous. It's bad manners to look out a window like that.
General makes a disgusted face and seems to be pretty upset about me mucking up his plans.
I say, I've never been big on manners. Too bad things didn't go your way.
We'll see if you can keep that attitude up for long. You must fight whoever you're paired with. Now get started!
I understand that, but I can't attack someone who doesn't have the urge to fight. I turn towards Kanji to spur him on, but his expression is completely different than it was before. The redness in his cheeks is gone, and there's a fire in his eyes that seems almost murderous. Huh. Looks like there was no need for me to worry after all.
You keep saying the weirdest crap. Looks like I'll have to make you leave. Let's get this started, Capey!
What, now you're interested? Alright, come and get me.
Not really strong anyway. Just a fake. Nothing worthy about it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Shut up! Try to ask yourself that. Here goes.
The destined battle. It's worth mentioning that every time Akihiko and Kanji meet in Persona Q and Persona Q2, they are super instant friends.
Final.
Whoa.
I think they can both use it as They're completely yikes. They're shocked and can't move.
It seems a change of pace is in order.
Nothing. Damn it.
Will they push on through?
You ain't bad.
An awakening.
Ready?
Finish.
So
That one hit home. In the end, the victor was no surprise.
The two-fisted protein junkie. I just saw that. Akihiko hits a lot, but he's not strong. His attacks don't do a lot of damage. I take a deep breath next to the collapsed Kanji to lower my heart rate and wind down from the battle. Then I calmly re-examine my surroundings. During the battle, I had noticed the spectating students had changed into something completely different. They're not humans. They're silhouettes shaped like people or something. I don't know why they're showing their true form now, but that's fine. If they're not human, there's no need to worry about them. I'll just leave them be. And if they happen to turn hostile, I can easily crush lifeless creatures like that. Kanji regains consciousness. He's recovered much more quickly than I was expecting.
It's amazing. So this is what you meant by going at it with nothing to hide.
When did I say that?
One passionate guy. Guess you're no ordinary pervert.
Since when am I a pervert?
Kanji flashes a bright smile that's different from the one he displayed before the fight. Anger and hatred have fled his body entirely now that the fight is over. It seems like he's got spirit.
Ow! Man, for a dream, this sure hurts. Huh? That's weird. A dude I've never met before is here in my dream.
A dream? What are you talking about? Aren't we inside the TV world?
Huh?
The TV world. If you can dream with your eyes open, I'm pretty impressed.
You're inside the TV? I seriously thought this was all a dream.
Doesn't seem like Kanji's acting. He honestly seems to think that this entire thing was all a dream. I thought that the people in that promo video were related to the general. Maybe everyone here was actually dragged into this by force? If so, I can't abandon the others who were in that video either.
Hey, do you have any idea who the other people in that video were?
They were pretty much all my friends, but... Oh, crap.
Kanji clutches his head as something occurs to him. This seems quite serious.
I thought this was a dream, so I kinda sorta beat the snot out of a couple of them.
Well, if they lost to someone who was half asleep, they'll just have to suck it up.
You think so? Things are just that black and white to you, huh?
Seriously? I thought it was going to be some important information. This Kanji guy's been yanked out of his normal life into this weird situation, yet he seems oddly blasé about it.
This isn't a dream. Then Ted and Rise are really hosting it?
General Teddy. The other Teddy said that he was a fake.
A fake? You're kidding me! How'd he make such a perfect copy of the bear suit?
That's the part you're hung up on?
Yeah. They're hardly twisted bastards who enjoy watching friends crush each other.
You seem pretty sure of your friends.
Man, the things I went through with those guys. And here I thought you were a pervert who wasn't listening to a word I said. Guess I had you figured wrong.
Looks like this guy's having a tough enough time just changing the way he thinks about me. Maybe he's just an idiot. The way his expression changes to that honest and relieved look when he's talking about his friends. It seems that he has friends that he can really trust. If we'd met under less dangerous circumstances, I wouldn't mind sitting around and chatting with him for a bit. But I have a duty to attend to right now.
By the way, have you heard the name Labris anywhere? She's supposed to be somewhere in here.
Huh? Lab rat? What?
I see. No, if you don't know, don't worry about it.
And with that, I leave Kanji and begin walking towards the door. Kanji calls out and stops me.
Hey, wait a second. You haven't told me anything about you. Who are you? What did you come inside the TV for?
There's no point in explaining.
What?
Kanji attempts to stop me, but he changes his mind. His expression tells me that he's not satisfied with this outcome, but he swallows his frustration, takes a seat on the ground. Since he's fought against a number of people already, he must understand that he can't proceed on because he lost. Kanji looks directly into my eyes and speaks up.
Well, I was the loser here, so I can't complain. This isn't a dream, and my friends are in trouble.
That's all you need to say. I answer with a smile.
I know. I won't let anything happen to him.
The way you fought says it all. You can't throw punches like that without a shitload of training. I can feel your determination behind every one.
Yeah, the same's true for you. Good work.
Praise is exchanged after trying to beat each other senseless. We have a moment that only those who have just brawled against each other can share. Kanji's skills are exceptional for a high school student. When I was in the boxing club, there were only a handful of guys who could stand to trade blows with me just like he did. Considering that he's this good with self-taught fighting skills, there's no question that he'd become an unparalleled fighter if he had proper training.
You should be careful. My friends are hella strong, you know? If you're not careful, you'll be eating pavement.
Was that supposed to be a genuine warning for me, or was that a boast about how great his friends are? Either way, I can understand the feeling behind his words, so I smile back at him.
I don't know about that. My fists can't be stopped that easily.
There's nothing more I need to say to Kanji. I turn and begin running down the hallway. Like I said, every time they meet in Persona Q, instant friends. Instant. Sometime after parting ways with Kanji,
It's pointless.
I'm still wandering aimlessly through the school building. I have no idea if the path I'm taking right now is correct or not because the invisible walls keep getting in the way. Spot another window and reach towards it.
Guess they fixed that little loophole.
Didn't take them very long to put invisible walls over the windows. Just as I pull my hand back, the PA system blares.
No more breaking the rules. Seriously, why can't some people follow simple directions?
You act like I ever intended on following your rules.
The fact that they've gone to the trouble to correct their oversights means that limiting our movement must be very important to them. They don't want to let us escape. So that probably means there's something waiting up ahead that they've placed there for me. I follow the path dictated by the invisible walls until I reach a classroom. Is this where they wanted me to go?
Akihiko, you're all right. Then again, seeing you isn't necessarily cause for celebration. If we're both here in one place, that means...
Yeah, looks like it.
What I found inside the classroom was none other than Mitsuru. Normally, running into her would be a great relief, since it would give me a capable ally. Since the stupid P1 rules are in effect, that isn't the case yet.
So, you're my next opponent.
This is exactly what the enemy wanted.
When Mitsuru makes this bitter declaration, the monitor inside the classroom turns on. I already know who I'd be seeing. It's the general.
Ta-da! Well, this is about to get real interesting. An unwanted battle between friends. I hope you two enjoy it to the fullest.
Is that supposed to upset us? Can you believe this guy, Mitsuru?
This certainly is an unwanted battle between friends. I have no intentions of fighting against Mitsuru. Both understand what needs to be done in order to accomplish the mission. There's no way that we would allow a little something like this to shake our resolve. But, oddly, when I look back towards Mitsuru, I see her looking at me with pity.
I'm sorry, Akihiko. I believe I may have driven you into a corner.
Huh? What do you mean?
I should have realized much sooner. It's not strength you truly desire. What you really want is to forget your fear of losing others. That's why you throw yourself so fervently into your training. It's a twisted form of escape. At the very least, you can allow me to put an end to such things.
Forget my fears of losing others, huh? As Mitsuru well knows, I've lost countless things until now. And that anxiety that I've buried somewhere in my heart may strike me at any moment. But the Mitsuru I know wouldn't bring up something like that at a time like this. It'd be obvious to any friend of Mitsuru. There's something going on here.
Teddy and Kanji also started getting personal before the fight. Is this some kind of trick?
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sounds to me like she means it.
I don't know what you're up to here, but you're gonna have to try harder. It's fine, though. I'll just take this chance to enjoy some serious sparring.
Those who encounter one another must fight, and only the victor may proceed. Since this rule still stands, we've got to fight. They've removed any choice we had. I turn to face Mitsuru once again.
There were a bunch of people I wanted to fight once I got back to Japan, to test my skills. And you were at the top of the list, Mitsuru. Didn't think I'd get a chance so soon, though.
Mitsuru takes her stance without saying a word. Tension of battle sends a tingle through all the muscles in my body.
Here goes, Akihiko.
Come and get me, Mitsuru!
He's so just driven. He's like, I've got something to do. I have to beat you to get to it. Let's go.
Final.
Presenting the crowd single Mitsuru Akihiko!
Uppercut!
What a one-sided battle!
Do it!
Over already! The critical hit connected! That one was dead on!
What?
Coming out of their English battle looks like they're finally
Do
getting
it!
synced. That looks like it hurt. The opponent's
is
still
that?
standing.
I don't know what he's doing there.
Has the battle been decided?
Akihiko! Kneel before me!
Will it all be over in moments? In the end, the victor was no surprise.
I also love the fact that they decided his character design was perfect for a cape and then made everybody comment on the fact that he's wearing a cape. Battle is over. I glance down at Mitsuru. She keeps her firm expression and opens her mouth.
I yield. Your skills have improved tremendously, Akihiko.
Yours too. I was really worried there that you might execute me.
Mitsuru gives me a smirk. That's the Mitsuru I know. So her odd behavior prior to the fight was all the general's work. I wonder.
Mitsuru, what did I say to you before the fight?
Huh? Why do you ask? As I recall, you said some unkind things about my late father.
I knew it. Of course, I have no memories of saying such things because I didn't say them. General's probably got some trick that warps the opponent's reality so that good friends will hate each other. Maybe it was all an illusion? I don't understand how it all works, but there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Mitsuru and I turn towards the monitor and smugly smile at the General. His little gimmick was completely useless. General Teddy can barely contain his hatred as he responds.
How can you fight without holding back like that? People hesitate more when they face their friends. They break down. They suffer. So how come you aren't suffering? Why? I don't understand.
I'm not surprised. Anyone who needs to trick people to get his way wouldn't understand. Our bonds aren't that flimsy.
After the General glowers at us, the communication cuts off. Suffer, huh? The General was going on about making us suffer earlier. Is that why he has us all fighting here? To make us suffer? Then why would he steal Labrys? That is 3 uses of the word suffer in 5 sentences. Or 3 in 3 sentences. It's too many. Too many, Akihiko.
Akihiko, let's compare notes. I want to confirm our situation.
Right. Although I don't have much for you.
I give her a summary of everything I figured out up to this point. Since Mitsuru's persona has a search ability, I'm sure she's been able to gather much more information than I have. She seems to already know everything that I've discovered, so Mitsuru then fills me in on what she's learned. Haggis is safe, though neither of us have encountered her. All the high school students in the commercial seem to be persona users, and the General seems to be gathering persona users into this world. Unfortunately, neither of us knows what his intentions are. More importantly, where's Labrys?
Did you find Labrys?
Aigis seems to have made contact with her. She seems to be calling herself the student council president of the school. In fact, she's going so far as to play the part.
Play the part?
She seems to be unaware that she entered a TV. It's possible that someone forced her in here, but that doesn't explain why she's acting out a role in school life.
I have no idea what that could be about right now. This place is a school, but it's still just a copy of a school in another world. What kind of school life could possibly be?
And one more thing. I heard a strange voice. I'm not certain, but it's most likely Labrys. Either her inner thoughts or her memories. It was a voice of deep sorrow, suffering, sadness. It was so vivid I wanted to cover my ears.
Mitsuru cast down her eyes as if reliving the pain. A great portion of Ergo Research's data was lost because of the actions of a former researcher. He was the mastermind behind the events 3 years ago. Ikutsuki! All of this must be mortifying for Mitsuru. That man is the reason why her family was taken from her.
If that was truly Labrys, then she's practically human. She may not be that far behind Aigis in terms of mimesis.
Sure, Aigis' sister unit would have a mind. But does that mean the older version is more advanced?
Doesn't seem likely, but I can't say for certain. Still, I'm only speculating. But I feel like her deeply negative emotions are connected to this tournament.
Connected how?
Do you really think Labrys was stolen? The General seemed to want to make us suffer rather than eliminate us. Would a thief wish for that? Or draw in unrelated high school students?
I see. That General Teddy's actions do seem in line with what Labrys wants. He actually may in fact be Labrys.
It's possible that Labrys regained consciousness much earlier and escaped when she was being transported.
I can't deny that possibility right now. There is something else I do know.
Mitsuru, you're doing your brow furrowing thing again.
What? That doesn't matter right now.
You're overthinking things. All this conjecture and speculation will drive you nuts. Let's pick this up again once we defeat the enemy.
Mitsuru's always been like this. She imagines worst-case scenarios that haven't even happened yet, and burdens herself with coming up with contingency plans based on them. Even though she doesn't necessarily stop moving forward, it certainly does weigh her down. Sometimes we need that hard-headedness, but there's a time and a place for it.
Ever think that maybe it's you who's underthinking things?
Anyway, there's no time to lose right now. You know where the enemy is, right?
Yes, I've traced its location. It should be nearby. I will leave the rest to you, Akihiko. Don't disappoint me, all right?
As Mitsuru says those words, her expression softens a bit. It seems that I've been able to reach her.
Of course not.
Mitsuru has grown as well. She's changed since that battle 3 years ago. Now that I think about it, 2 years ago. Come on, it was 2 years ago. Now that I think about it, a lot of time has passed since then. None of us have remained standing in the past. We've all changed. I part ways with Mitsuru and hurry on ahead. According to Mitsuru's search, the enemy seems to be nearby. Enemy is waiting for their encounter with us as well. Well, that's one wish I wouldn't mind granting at all. Just as I reach the top of the stairs, a loud noise punctuates the atmosphere. Is someone on a rampage with their persona? No, that's not it. It's the sort of sound a massive object creates upon impact. I hear it again, coming from the room ahead. There are no invisible walls that prevent me from making my way towards the sound, and I finally reach my destination.
The announcement room. Here we go.
Monitors and PA system must have been controlled from this room. I grab the door handle, but it won't open. This is different from those invisible walls, however. It's just an ordinary door. Sorry if there's a broadcast going on, but I'm just going to have to punch my way in. Akihiko in the house! Smash through the door and enter the room.
It's that red cape guy I saw earlier!
Everyone inside immediately wheels around to face me. There are 2 female students before me. One of them I recognize from the video, but the other is an unfamiliar face. It's my first time seeing her, but I immediately know who she is. She looks like a regular person, aside from all her mechanical parts. It's Labris. And General Teddy.
So it wasn't Labris after all.
Immediately, General Teddy, who's glaring at me, begins to change. Da-da-da-da-da. He turns into Shadow Labris.
I am a shadow.
Another Labris.
Well, this is completely unexpected. I can't even come up with a reason why something like this would occur. Maybe this is another of his illusions. No, if that were true, what I'm seeing would be a more direct assault on my inner thoughts. I start inventing and discarding possible reasons for what's happening. Eventually, I just cast aside all my theories. I take a deep breath and calm myself. What is my objective? I was summoned to retrieve Labris and to prevent any danger from spreading. Doesn't matter if there's 1, 2, or 21 of her. My initial objectives are unaffected, and I will give everything I have to complete my mission.
Fine. I'll just calm them both down.
I taunt both of them as they maliciously stare daggers at me. Oh, and that's his okay. So I guess when we do Chie's thing, it's going to connect up there too.
Welcome to the Velvet Room. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
So we have to do...
Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm just going to go back to the main menu. So we have to do Chie's story, and then we have to do Labris' story, which is long and has only 1 fight according to the thing that I was looking at, which kind of sucks. Once we've done Labris' story, we can go back and do everybody else's story, finishing it off, and then there's 1 extra story where you play as Elizabeth. So, that'll be interesting. Special artwork and music? Arcade endings. Nice. Story illustrations. Special illustrations. Cool. That's cool. I like that. Anyway, that's all I'm going to do for tonight. We've been going for about 5 hours and I's tired. So I'm going to go to bed. So thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back next week to hopefully only 2 more sessions and we should be done at most. But have a good night and see you next time.